Good morning, everyone from Whitaker House. My name is Professor Mary Clark, and I'm an adult psychiatrist with the Detect Early Intervention in Psychosis Services. I've been involved in research with the St. John of God Order for nearly the last 30 years. So I was really delighted when I was asked to chair today's session, which celebrates 30 years of mental health research and intellectual disability research. Any research endeavour involves a great team effort, and I think it's just a tremendous tribute to all involved in research that we have such a packed programme scheduled today. And I know just from chatting to some of the other presenters, I think everyone found it really difficult to condense the research into a 10-minute presentation. So just to remember that what we hear about today is really only a fraction of all the research that's actually going on in the various services. So the way the day will run is that each area is going to start with a short video reeling in the research years, and then a sample of research projects will be presented. We'll have a couple of short breaks throughout the morning, and then we're going to close the day with a live panel discussion and some questions. But firstly, I'd like to formally open the day with a video from the St. John of God Liffey services. And this is a video made by self-advocates, and they talk about their experiences and insights into the importance of research.
Welcome to our 30 years St. John of God's research celebrations.
Today, we're going to go back and look at the research from 1990. But before all that, we need to tell you some research we have done and what the research means to us.
We will tell you better ways to communicate, so more people can understand research. We are going to challenge you to make research more accessible and to include us. There's nothing about us without us.
My name is Anya and I am a researcher. And we got to come up with the questions and ask the questions and talk about the results and help focus group and share the research. I like being involved in research. I have to make videos about each step of the research so more people could understand the research. We make the videos on Spark, the same app that we made this video with. We also use photo symbols. We even made this video over Zoom. So if we can do it, you can too. We want to have a real part in research. I learned how to get involved in research. We went to Trinity School of Nursing. Research Polarization Workshop. Yeah. What is PPI? Which research carried out with or by members of the public rather than to about for them. Relationship between researcher and public is important. We would have loved to have more time for all the exercises. We would like if the words used could be easy for everyone to understand. We want to have a say on how research or workshops take place. We felt the room was too small and we need tables to work on. We would like to continue to learn more about how we can be a part of research. Nothing about us without us.
I've been involved in research for years. The research I do is not from St. John of God's. Why?
Yeah.
Because I like doing it. It keeps me occupied.
And is there any other reason why you like doing it?
No. He asks you questions, and then if you don't want to answer the question, you don't have to. I haven't seen anything change, even though I'm involved in research. They just try it on. I don't know what to do with my information. I haven't a clue. That's the first thing I'd like to know what they do with the information. We need more support to understand research better.
The research was all about how we use technology to do things for ourselves. I felt really good, like questions they asked me and everything, and it's good. We've been involved in cold soil app. Yeah, it makes the difference for me, Sarah, because I've been in loads of different things. Facilita, cold design, I've gained everything in my meetings and everything I've been doing. It's making me more confident and more able to stand up and speak. The best researchers will make a change. I met the researcher. He told us about what he found out and everything. Yeah. One of the findings is they came back and tell us they didn't have Wi-Fi. And that's changed now so much. Most people have Wi-Fi. Research can make change.
So thank you very much to all the self-advocates for that great video, to Lisa McAvoy, David Carter, David Dean, Anya Walsh, and Francis Quinn. And I think that was a great presentation, and I think there's a lot of learning for everybody in it, and it's something we hope to come back to later in the panel discussion. But now we're going over to the Callan Institute, to the Intellectual Disability Research Programme. So firstly, we'll have a video of reeling in the research years, and then we're going to have 3 presentations. The first one is from Christina Doody, and she's going to present 30 years growing intellectual disability services. Then Caroline Dench will give a presentation on person-centeredness in action. And this will be followed by a video discussion on research that makes a lasting difference. So we look forward to their presentations.
Hi Anne-Marie, how are you
Hi,
today?
Claire.
You well?
Fine, thank you.
Good, good, good. So Anne-Marie, I'm just here to ask you, I suppose, your views on rights and what rights are important to you. Can I ask you first of all, how are your rights currently being supported?
Well, if I want to go to the medical centre or if I go to the pharmacy, they're Eileen are always there. Like, if there's anything urgent, then they come on board, like, and they help me out with it.
Okay, very good, yeah, that's excellent, that's very good. And can I ask you, what is important to you in terms of rights? I mean, what rights are important to you, do you think?
Dignity and respect.
Excellent, yeah, very
You
good.
know,
Yeah. Can you talk to me a bit about that, Anne-Marie?
well, I like being respected, like, because I think people have a tendency to bring you down rather than raise the level of,
Yes,
you know,
yes, yeah. Very good, yeah, very good.
they forget that you're human, like, and that you have feelings. Like,
Yes, yeah, yeah.
and that you, and I like to be able to do my own thing too.
Yes, fantastic.
You know, not I need around and do this now or do X, Y, or Z. You know, I want to go my own steam.
Excellent, yeah,
Yeah.
excellent, excellent. That's really important.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good, very good.
And my vote is very important to me.
Excellent, yeah, very good, yeah.
And my space, personal space.
Have your own personal space. Wonderful, yeah, that's really important.
Yeah.
And you exercise your right to vote all the time, Anne-Marie?
I did vote this year,
Very
and my
good.
3 boys went in, so
Oh.
I'm on top of the world.
Well done,
The
Anne-Marie.
Healy race went in, so I'm on top of the world
Oh,
now.
yeah. That's excellent, super, well done, well done.
That is.
And I suppose then thinking about rights and how maybe you're being supported in that whole area, you know, is there anything you think you'd like to change? Anything you'd like to, what improvements would you like to see
I
happening?
don't have a problem with Eileen and Arnie, you know.
Yes.
This is right or this is wrong.
Yes, yes.
But, yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah. And you're part of the Kingdom Voices.
I'm living on my own life.
Yes.
You know,
yeah.
and that's very important to me, my privacy life, you know.
Excellent, yeah.
But I welcome my neighbours. I have new neighbours now that are after coming in
Lovely.
next door to me.
Yes.
He's a doctor and she's a nurse,
Yes.
so
yes.
if there's anything wrong with me, just Clogger and Doris.
Oh, excellent.
And
Hello, I'm Caroline Dench, and I'm here today to talk to you about the Callan Institute's work over the last 26 years. This is where we're based, in Crinkin House, which is a beautiful period property in Shankill. I'm going to take you back a little bit further to 1990 to 1992, when a review group was pulled together under the leadership of Mary Keane to look at the guidelines on behavioural support in the treatment of challenging behaviour. Now, this policy document was very significant, and it brought together the values of St. John of God in the context of best practice and the research in how to support somebody with an intellectual disability with behavioural support needs. At this time, the Institute of Applied Behaviour Analysis was identified as a service that was very much looking at a person-centred approach to thinking about people with behavioural support needs. Here in this picture is Dr. Gary Lavinia on the left, Dr. Tom Willis in the centre. And that's myself there in the middle, Caroline, and my colleague Gillian. So Dr. Gary Lavinia, Dr. Tom Willis and Professor Anne Donnellan identified and developed a model called the multi-element model. And we refer to it in Ireland as the multi-element behaviour support model. In 1992, a 28-year collaboration was commenced, and we continue to work very closely with the IABA to this day. In 1994, the Callan Institute was then founded under the directorship of Dr. Pat Walsh, and Dr. Brian McLean was appointed the coordinator. We were named after Brother Benignus Callan, who is seated here, who is a very influential brother both here in Ireland and also in Rome. He had a motto of eat well, play well, and pray well, and in fact do everything well, and that's what we tried to do in Callan Institute. This is a picture of our team there a few years ago. We have our admin team there on the right hand side, so we have Adrienne and Carol. Christina's there in the centre, she's the behaviour specialist. That's myself there just to the front. Helen's standing there behind me, and she's the coordinator of RUA, and Gillian is there to my left, behaviour specialist, and Porrig, who is a member of our team, is a behaviour specialist. So in 2005, Dr. Walsh and Dr. McLean undertook a study to ascertain what were the behavioural support needs in our organisation. Many of the research that's been conducted around the world would actually would agree with this. Around 15% of the people we were supporting were presenting with severe behavioural support needs, and it can be anything up to 28% of people with intellectual disability requiring behavioural support needs. So at this time, we had invited the IABA to present their model, and they trained 25 staff in St. John of God between the period of 1992 to 1994. In fact, some of the staff are still here with us today and are very key drivers in the application and evaluation of the multi-element behaviour support model. We developed a model to provide this support called particular case training. And what this means is frontline staff, teachers, parents are supported to actually complete an assessment, develop a behaviour support plan and implement it with somebody that they're living with, working with or supporting on a regular basis. They do that with clinical supervision, mentorship and academic tutor input. This is a 9-month course, and it was accredited with the previously called Dublin Institute of Technology back in 2001. And I suppose it went on in that vein as a master's level module for another 16 years. Here we have some pictures of our graduates, both participating in the multi-element behaviour support and also in RUA, Raising Understanding and Awareness, which I'll talk to you in a little bit more detail in a few minutes. We published this model of training, and as it is a very innovative and effective way of providing behaviour support needs. It takes care of lots of issues with regards to generalisation. It allows the skills to be available quite quickly, and frontline staff feel empowered. This is a beautiful picture from a scene in The Tempest. For our 10-year anniversary, we commissioned the drama group of Carmona Services to present a piece on behavioural support having a message hidden in it. And this is a lovely scene from The Tempest, where Caliban is being shown that there's a whole world out there by Miranda. So what we were finding was that the training was very effective, behavioural support needs were being met, behaviours were reducing for between 77% of people with regards to this model. So there were definitely more supports needed for a small percentage of people, and that was then provided by members of the multidisciplinary team. The research grants funded us in 2008, where we actually completed an audit of behaviour support using 12 audit standards. And what we found was, after training, maintenance and generalisation and continuing implementation was challenging. At this same time, we also were really identifying the need for capable environments in the context of a human rights-based approach. So behavioural support needs are lessened where people are living good lives, having friendships, relationships, meaningful days, money in their pocket, making choices, being independent, having things to look forward to. And this is what the research was saying. So we really began to look at how do we link behavioural support to person-centred planning, to ongoing practice support. So here we have just a couple of pictures of conference presentations and papers and posters that we've presented. I suppose maybe to date we've presented over 150 papers at conferences both here in Ireland and around the world. We've also collaborated with some colleagues in the UK, and this was a paper that was published on assessing the effectiveness of positive behaviour support. Recognising that collaboration is important, we also work very closely with our schools and with families of young children. So here we have Mebby the mouse, who's a very important character when we think about working with children and families. So Mebby was completed by an artist, Helen O'Keefe, and he represents a big magnifying glass because he's looking to find the message in the behaviour. He's a long tail for balance because we're very mindful that behaviour support needs can be very distressing for both the individual and the people who know and love and care for them. We have a parents leaflet, and we also provide workshops for parents. We work with our schools quite closely, and we've had lots of different conversations and projects with the Department of Education and Skills and the National Council for Special Education. This is a pack that they just published last April, and it was nice to see Callan Institute in their references there. In the vein of increasing people's ability to use multi-element behaviour support model, we were successful in receiving a grant back in 2010, and we developed an e-learning module spearheaded by my colleague there, Christina. And to date, over 700 people have completed this 33-hour online course with Callan Institute. As part of our initiatives to support good practice, MEBS practitioners in our organisation were supported over an 8-year period to receive Emerging Voices grants from Callan Institute. This initiative supported approximately 21 projects for individuals with behavioural support needs. I mentioned RUA to you there briefly at the beginning. RUA is another department in Callan Institute, and it stands for Raising Understanding and Awareness about Oneself, Friendships, Relationships and Sexuality. It has 3 aspects: education, assessment and therapy, and they all include reflective practice. The coordinator of RUA is Helen Crowley, and this is our awareness flyer, which highlights the 9 principles of RUA. In the same vein, we recognise that to provide relationships, sexuality, education and support was often best done by the people who know the individuals best. So we developed a 10-day training course, which again was accredited with Dublin Institute of Technology, to support our staff and families to become facilitators in this area. We then worked collaboratively with DCU to support the development of a postgraduate certificate in relationships and sexuality education for people with intellectual disability. And this is the graduation ceremony that I was invited to attend last year of their first cohort of students on this graduate certificate, which is the only one in Ireland. Decision making can be difficult in this area for many different reasons, and we developed an ethical, legal, rights-based decision making framework in support of intimate relationships and sexuality. This tool has been requested and shared with organisations in Ireland and also internationally, and it's called High Five Alive. These are just some nice moments over the last 20 years. We can see our book club just there to the left. So supporting parents to be comfortable and confident in using resources to talk with and support their children in the area of relationships and sexuality. It's a nice picture there of a conference, which was around relationships, decision making, and David Pataniak would have spoken at that. We have newsletters for our RUA facilitators, and we have forums where our practitioners come together and share and learn together. We've presented at the chapter, and we also have written for newspapers. Our social media keeps us a little bit busy, and we have some YouTube clips up, and we have a Facebook page and Twitter. That keeps us a little bit busy too. These are some things that people have said about our work, specifically in 2016. So some nice comments there. Every year we publish an annual report, and this is also linked to an art competition which is hosted in Dean's Grange Library. Many of the artists here have gone on to exhibit, to do further work, and their art is published. The winner of the art competition is published on the front of our annual report. Over the last 12 months, approximately 1,700 people have engaged with us this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Christina and Caroline. And as we know, there's been huge changes in how the intellectual disability services have been delivered over the years. So it's great to hear how the research has underpinned these major developments. It's also really impressive to hear about your dissemination program and the demand for some of the services that you have developed. And maybe this is something we can return to later in the panel discussion. But now we're going over to the Lucina services to hear about research in the child and adolescent mental health community services. So after the video, we are going to have presentations from Professor Fiona McNicholas, who is a child psychiatrist in the Lucina services, on 30 years of research in the child and adolescent mental health services. Then Dr. Clodagh Whalon, who is a psychologist with the Cork DBT research programme. She is going to give a presentation on the National Clinical Programme in DBT and implementation in clinical settings. And this will be followed by a presentation from Shane Hill, who's the Director of Community Services, and Kevin Madigan, who's the Programme Director with the Quality Department. And this will be on research and service innovation in CAMHS.
Hello, I'm Professor Fiona McNicholas. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist at Lucina Clinic, Crumlin Hospital and UCD, and I'm delighted to present to you today and help celebrate 30 years of research in St. John of God's. The topic today is overviewing research in the Lucina Clinic. I would like to remind everybody that Lucina has been providing clinical services for the last 65 years and geographically are currently located in 5 locations delivered by 10 consultants who lead multidisciplinary teams. I took up my position in Lucina in October 2001, 19 years ago, and this was the newly appointed academic consultant post that St. John of God's had aligned with UCD and Crumlin Hospital to develop. And I think that's a testament of their interest and support in research within child psychiatry. We know that child mental health difficulties are common, occurring in about 10% of our youth, that they are impairing, and longitudinal studies attest to the fact that they continue into adulthood. However, alongside that, we're aware that services have been typically under-resourced, underfunded, poorly coordinated, and disconnected. There is a research imperative to continue and ensure best use of scant resources, and to develop and deliver evidence-based treatment delivered in a multidisciplinary fashion that support our young people and their families. We need to strive to continue to identify risk and protective factors for mental illness and aim for early intervention, which we know is cost effective, not only in terms of monetary terms, but in terms of personal and quality of life for the young person. However, research must add to and not take away from clinical services or the burden of care to those delivering them. With that in mind, we started off in 2001 establishing a Lucina Foundation with clinicians and with administrative support from the director at the time, Mr. Paul Martin and Marie McCourt. The goal of the Lucina Foundation was to raise mental health awareness among public and professionals, to increase access to treatment, to ensure appropriate referrals to CAMHS, and to offer clinical support training to multidisciplinary team members, primary care workers, GPs, and teachers. And all of this to be embedded in an environment that evaluated what we were doing and developed new research. 3 main pillars. The psychoeducation was primarily given by monthly parent evenings, initially focused primarily on parents, but then increasingly attended by other professional groups. The professional training was both formal and informal, covering a broad range of topics, and included academic pursuits like a diploma and a master's run in UCD. And the last area was that of research, translational research, again spanning a broad range of topics, but importantly we wanted to ensure that it was widely disseminated amongst the public as well as in typical academic peer-reviewed journals. After the first 4 years of the foundation, we published a paper after having 5,000 parents attending, each attesting to the value of the events. You can read there yourself the quotes that some of the parents left, where they emphasized not only the content of the presentation, but the fact that it was an opportunity for them during a coffee period to meet with other like-minded parents and receive support from them. We ensured that we had a multimedia dissemination program expertly run by Marie McCourt, and this covered both print media, radio, television, along with publications in lay journals. And we very much were lucky to receive the support of and collaborate with the various support organizations. Professional training was equally well received. We launched, the Department of Education sponsored a national rollout of teacher training over a 2-day event delivered by myself and Dr. Blonit Gavin, and over thousands of teachers attended this over a number of years. Every year we presented a workshop at the teachers' organizations, and we also wrote a book for teachers on general mental health and selective mutism, which was sent to schools, all schools in Ireland, free of charge. We focused with the GP, the College of GP, and developed guidelines, contributed a module on child mental health, and are currently updating the book on child mental health. We worked with the HSE in developing a program for Action Children, which was also launched and delivered to primary care workers. And we have continued to provide significant training for our own CAMHS clinical team members. And we are delighted with the support that St. John of God have always given by way of facilitating attendance at these events. I want to move on and just touch briefly on a number of the specific research projects that we had been involved in, and I'm just going to mention a few. I mentioned in the beginning the fact that we are operating in a world, in fact, where resources are limited, but at the same time demand is increasing. And it's so important to ensure that services are both effective and are meeting the needs of the users. There has been very little research of this to date in Ireland, and we have just conducted a systematic review with Dr. Daniel Leahy, who was also a St. John of God senior registrar and in UCD. We identified in the literature 15 studies that evaluated different components of CAMHS services in Ireland. And it's of interest to note that 8 of these 15 were affiliated with St. John of God's. These included studies that looked at parents and young people's general satisfaction with CAMHS, the psychoeducational events, and services for eating disorders. There were also 2 intervention studies that were published, one on cognitive behavioral therapy group for the Friends program, and another was a waitlist initiative led by Joe McGarry, the 2+1 initiative. In total, there were 280 parents and 146 youth that contributed to these research studies. They included 171 health professionals, and there were 60 people included in the 2 RCTs conducted. The findings from all of them were, once a young person and the family accessed CAMHS services, they were generally positive with the experience. However, they did mention the difficulties with long waiting lists, poor collaboration between professionals and between systems, and that limited their experience of the service. The interventions that were studied were effective, but however, we were aware that more robust methodology needs to increase our ability to evaluate the effectiveness of what's being offered in CAMHS in general. I'm also aware that there are a number of other interventional studies that have been conducted in Lucena that are either currently going through publication or have been submitted. There were just some of the publications from the systematic review. Another research program we developed in St. John of God was that of eating disorders. And I don't need to remind you that eating disorders is a serious mental illness that has the highest mortality rate, and it occurs in about 5% of young people. The prevalence is considered to be increasing, and there's significant continuity. It occurs typically around the adolescent period, but because that it continues, it goes into the young adult period, hence the importance of transition between services. The first study we conducted in 2009 was eating problems in children and adolescents in Ireland. And this was a very large, methodologically robust 2-stage study that included over 3,000 secondary school children that were initially screened and subsequently had a semi-structured interview, along with a certain number of their parents. The findings were that about 15% of secondary school students had significant concerns on the eating questionnaires, and 1.2% would meet clinical diagnosis. The eating concerns, the higher the difficulties there, was linked with lower quality of life and poorer mental health in other areas. Both parents and youth viewed the media as having a very negative influence on them, and that correlated with the eating psychopathology. The second study, Stigma and Treatment of Eating Disorders in Ireland, was conducted in 2015 and led by Dr. Leslie O'Hara. These were 3 separate studies, a mixed methodology. And again, we included secondary school students, health professionals, and qualitative interviews with young people with an eating disorder, their parents, and their healthcare provider. What we found was that there was significant public, personal and professional stigma linked to eating disorders. From the school survey, a third of young people expressed eating concerns, which was higher than our earlier study, and half of these had not divulged their concerns to anyone, and if asked, they were unlikely to seek professional services. The healthcare study of 171 health professionals, we established that they had less knowledge on eating disorders when compared to other mental health illnesses like depression or anxiety, or indeed medical conditions such as diabetes. And that there was a perception that they preferred and they viewed other colleagues as preferring to work with this cohort less than with those with other difficulties. There was a lack of an awareness between families and healthcare providers about what eating disorder services were in existence at that time. And there was generally a negative perception of ineffectiveness and inadequacy. In the qualitative interview, we were very acutely aware of the high carer burden to parents, and they felt very much alone and isolated. We're currently running a specialist service in Lucena Clinic, the FBT, Family-Based Treatment Service, alongside all the other CAMS eating disorder cases that come in. But this dedicated FBT team has been set up as part of the development of the National Clinical Programme for Eating Disorders and the rollout of FBT training. And I'm very lucky to be the consultant involved in that team, staffed by many expert and enthusiastic multidisciplinary team members. We have seen an increasing number of eating referrals over the last period of time. We haven't yet been established an eating disorder hub status and so do not have significant resources. However, alongside the translational research, we have developed a simple model, which is the standardized integration of medical and psychiatry process in youth with eating disorders. And we run monthly clinics in Crumlin Hospital for those children that are most medically compromised. We're prioritizing ongoing clinical training for our staff, and we're collaborating with Bodywise and the National Clinical Programme. We hope in next year that we will evaluate the simple model. And also we have some new specific research that has been planned. There's been a number of publications in the area of eating disorders, and I'd also like to mention that this research has been replicated in a number of different studies. The insert there is of Dr. Yulia Ziranova, who is also a Lucena senior registrar in her time and is now affiliated with St. John of God in Western Australia. For many children with mental health difficulties, they persist into adulthood, and transition between child and adult services is very important. We know from international research that for many young people, this is poorly experienced and executed. And we were lucky enough in 2010 to receive HRB funding for a transition study, examining both policies across Ireland and from 9 different CAMs, taking a group of children who had reached the transition boundary and investigating their pathway. What we found was that there was gaps between policy and practice, and of the 62 youth that reached the transition boundary, although the majority were perceived by the clinician to have ongoing mental health needs, only a third of them were referred to adult services, and of those, a quarter refused. Certain disorders, such as ADHD and eating disorders, were least likely to be referred. And I think this is reflected in the national clinical programs that have taken on board these areas and are trying to increase collaboration between services. The Milestone project was an international European funded study, and that looked at transition across Europe in 8 different countries. There was a cohort study of over 700 young people from 39 different CAMs. And again, ongoing treatment was perceived by about 62% of clinicians. But what was interesting in that study, that although about 50% of parents and young people felt that they also had ongoing mental health needs, it wasn't always the same group. The agreement between the two was only fair. And in fact, half of the children at the transition boundary were no longer meeting criteria for clinical concern. And this suggests in previous research on transition that the numbers of failed transitions might actually be an overestimate and is worthy of further study. The Milestone project also developed some transition-specific tools that were designed to help practitioners consider at the transition boundary the need of the young person. And this was the transition outcome measure and the readiness measure. And they were found within the RCT to be effective. I'd like to end by talking about occupational stress, because we have become increasingly aware that this is particularly affecting healthcare workers. Partly because of the excess workload, the emotionally charged environments we work in, and the fact that demand seems to continue to outstrip resources. Clinicians in psychiatry might be more at risk on account of the fact that not only have they to manage their own stress, but they have to manage that of their team members and treat other patients who have mental health difficulties. And they're notorious for finding it difficult to ask for help themselves. So within St. John of God and Lucena, we have conducted 3 cross-sectional studies using the Copenhagen Burnout Inventory as the main outcome measure. And these have been supported by the College of Psychiatry in Ireland and St. John of God's. The table here shows you the 3 studies. The first is in consultant psychiatrists in the CAMS around Ireland. The second is in all staff, clinical and non-clinical within CAMS. And the third is within adult mental health services, again, all staff, and led by Dr. Larkin Feeney and Noella Broderick collecting the data. The response rate was about 50% in all of these studies. And what's concerning is that the group with the highest level of burnout was in the consultant CAMS group, where more than 70% of the group reported moderate or higher levels of burnout. Nearly all the group shared a low confidence in government commitment to investment in services and HSE effectively managing them. There was a sense of unrealistic and negative public perception, and it was of interest that although this applied to all services nationally, within the adult mental health service of St. John of God, they did not feel this applied to their own services, suggesting there was more positive opinion of that. What was of concern was there was a significantly high job turnover intention, in that nearly 50 to 70% of staff had felt in the last 6 to 12 months they had seriously considered changing job. This was correlated with burnout levels, and of equal concern was the fact that many of them would not choose to retrain or stay within mental health services. Within the adult cohort examined, the non-clinical staff were most at risk, both of having higher burnover scores, being least likely to want to stay working within the mental health services, and expressing the highest degree of overcommitment. A thematic analysis from the free text questions highlighted 3 main areas of concerns: staff numbers and skill mix within their teams, funding issues, and that of public misunderstanding. It was a bit of a vicious circle, we understood, where unrealistic expectations of the adult or child in particular services led to inappropriate referrals. This increased the workload on CAM staff, who either chose to take the referrals and were aware that they may not have the same effective treatments because it fell outside of the core remit of CAMS, or they didn't accept the referrals. In both cases, both the referrer and the young person were increasingly dissatisfied. This further compounded clinician distress and demoralization, leading to a risk of occupational burnout, leading to either presenteeism and risks involved in that, or absenteeism. And of course, having fewer staff in the service led to further increased workload for those remaining. This taps into the burnout concepts of exhaustion, ineffectiveness, and cynicism. And these were, in fact, some of the factors in the study that predicted burnout rates. What was also concerning is the fact that few staff members had prior or current burnout training, either in their professional training, on the job, or during the current pandemic. We're now 37 weeks into COVID-19, and we're at the second round of level 5 restrictions. We're aware that the impact of the pandemic is unprecedented, unrelenting, and potentially having devastating effects on the individual, family, and society. This is likely to place significant additional demands for mental health services and on mental health providers. And the 3 studies I've just shown you, which were pre-COVID, already shows to high stress levels within the working group. There is an urgent organisational intervention required, both generic for all staff members and specifically to those that are showing rates of significant stress. There's a need to monitor and evaluate this. And indeed, although we have had a lot of research within Lucina in the last 25 years, I believe there's an awful lot more to follow. Thank you very much.
Great, so thank you very much for the invitation to speak about the National DBT project and allied interventions. So I'm going to present an overview of our research work on behalf of the team. So just want to acknowledge the work of the team. Daniel Flynn has been our overall project lead. Mary Joyce has been our project coordinator, and also just to acknowledge the many researchers who have contributed to aspects of this project. So just in terms of a little bit of background context to our work, back in 2010, as a newly formed DBT team in Northleigh Adult Mental Health Service in Cork, we were very keen to gather some outcome data. And at that time, the efficacy research on DBT was really impressive, but there really wasn't very much in terms of effectiveness research. So just looking at some of our data here, you can see we found very significant decreases across some key symptom outcome measures, including depression, hopelessness, suicidal ideation, borderline symptoms, and an increase in quality of life. We also looked at health service utilisation data, and here you can see we saw quite pronounced decreases in emergency department visits and also in terms of hospital admissions. We then used this data to make the case for expanding DBT across Cork, and 3 further DBT teams were established. We then expanded the research to include these new DBT teams, and the research continued to show significant decreases across key symptom outcome measures. And I guess what this told us was that DBT could be effective in very routine clinical settings in routine adult mental health services within Ireland. So then in 2013, Daniel Flynn developed a proposal to coordinate a national implementation of DBT. And this initial proposal aimed to train 16 teams in DBT over 2 years. And we had 3 main research aims to this project. The first was to evaluate the effectiveness of DBT for clients who participated in programs established as part of the National DBT project. And to this end, we looked at data from our adult mental health teams, and in particular, we have data on 196 adult participants across 9 teams. And we saw significant decreases on all key symptom outcome measures, including frequency of self-harm. Then, to turn our attention to the CAMS data, we have data on 84 participants across 7 teams. And again, we saw very significant decreases on the key symptom outcome measures. And we also saw a significant decrease in terms of health service utilisation. So they had decreased numbers of inpatient admissions and visits to the emergency department. And then the second aim of our research evaluation was to evaluate the coordinated implementation of DBT. So to this end, we conducted interviews with the DBT team leaders, and we also invited all DBT therapists to complete surveys so that we could gather an understanding of their experience of being part of this project. And I know Clodagh is going to speak in more detail about the experience of her and our colleagues being part of this study in a few minutes. Then the third aim was to evaluate the economic effectiveness of the project. And we did this in conjunction with some health economists. So what we found was that DBT was more effective and less expensive than no DBT, and thus we considered it to be cost effective. So here we see an overview of all the DBT teams in Ireland. So the ones with the tick are the ones who existed prior to the National DBT project, and you can also see each of the teams who trained as part of years 1, 2 and 3 of the project. So our research team has also been involved in a number of allied projects. So these allied projects have fallen under the categories of systemic interventions as an adjunct to DBT and also adaptations of DBT skills training itself. So just firstly, in terms of the systemic interventions as adjuncts, we have conducted some research on family connections and also on clinician connections. So in terms of family connections, it's a multi-family group intervention for family members and loved ones of those with BPD. It was developed by Alan Frazetti and Perry Hoffman. It's based on both DBT and stress coping and adaptation theory. And in our research, we found that family connections was more effective than an optimized treatment as usual condition, with our family connections participants experiencing decreases in burden and also in grief. Then clinician connections is an adaptation of family connections, and it's essentially a brief training program for clinicians who work in some capacity with individuals with BPD but don't have formal training in DBT. And in our research to date on the clinician connections program, so we have looked at qualitatively at themes which have emerged from focus groups with practitioners who have taken part in the Clinician Connections programme, and our quantitative evaluation of clinician connections is currently underway. So we have also looked at adaptations of DBT skills training. So we have evaluated the DBT skills only group called You and Me, or Understanding and Managing Emotions. And this programme has been aimed at individuals with emotion dysregulation, but who aren't actively engaging in self-harm. And we have found this to be very effective for this client group. Some of my colleagues have also been involved in the evaluation of the You and Me A programme for individuals who have emotion dysregulation, but a dual diagnosis and would present with addiction difficulties also. And finally, some other colleagues on our team have been involved in a project called DBT Steps A, which is a universal levels DBT skills training program for adolescents and is delivered within the secondary school system. So that's really just a very quick overview of some of the projects which we have been involved in, and we look forward to speaking in more detail about some of these in due course. So just a very quick overview of where we're at. So as you've seen, between 2010 and 2012, we were very much involved in local pilot work within Cork. Then from 2013 to 2017 was the active phase of the National DBT project. And since 2018, I guess we have been reflecting, writing up the research and working on the publications and considering what the next steps are. So at the moment, we're in the process of changing our training model, and we're moving to a train the trainer model, which we're hoping will commence in January 2021. We will, of course, be looking at some research based on this new training model. And again, we look forward to presenting on this in due course in the future. So that's just our very quick overview. So now I'll hand over to Clodagh.
So hi everyone, I'm here to present on DBT in Lucena. So my name is Clodagh Ní-Bhaoláin. I'm a senior clinical psychologist in Lucena CAMHS and the coordinator of the DBT programme here. So I trained in DBT in 2015 as part of the national training programme, which was rolled out to address suicidal behaviour in Ireland. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of our DBT programme in Lucena CAMHS, and then we can hear quotes from some of the young people who've completed the programme. So we have, change slides. We have 2 DBT teams in Lucena CAMHS and 15 DBT therapists. And one of our challenges has been to keep our teams staffed so that we can offer DBT to all of the young people attending Lucena CAMHS. So these 2 teams service 9 multidisciplinary teams, and we have delivered DBT to young people and their families across South County Dublin since 2015. So to date, we have offered comprehensive DBT to a total of 127 young people and their families attending Lucena CAMHS. 85 young people have completed the DBT programme, and 42 families either declined the offer of DBT or commenced it and could not complete the full programme.
Okay, so welcome, Kevin and Shane. We're celebrating our 30th Research Study Day. And Shane, I'll start with you first. As Director of Community Mental Health Services, can you tell us about some of the developments you've witnessed over that time?
Okay, well, first, I don't know where the time went, but it came and went. I suppose the largest overall changes have been in the areas of multidisciplinary team working. And I include administrative staff in that. Early intervention has also been huge, as has program development. There was major change brought about by improved efficacy of medication and medicines, which basically allowed other interventions to be much more effective. No longer do we talk about controlling symptoms, but also measures that improve quality of life for sufferers, and also their wider family's involvement in contributing to what we now call recovery and helping bring about major improvements. So a greater understanding also contributes massively to the destigmatisation of mental health and general well-being. I believe that St John of God basically led the way in researched and evidence-based best practice in developing all sorts of educational programs. That would be the biggest change for me.
Thanks very much, Shane. And it's great to hear your insights on that, and now to be able to welcome Kevin to the discussion. And Kevin, Shane's talked about building that evidence base over the last 30 years, and now you're going to talk us through some of the major innovations that have happened in Lucina camps through that time.
Okay, so in 2020, we launched a new program called the Junior Reach program in the Lucina Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services. The Junior Reach program is a program for young people who, between the age of 12 and 15 years of age, who have disengaged from school for reasons owing to mental health difficulties such as anxiety, depression, social phobia, etc. This came about through allegiances with local stakeholders in the community, with the Education Training Board, with the local SIPCs, and the National Educational Psychologists working in the community. And also by reviewing the literature, we were able to see that there was nothing out there for this group of young people to help them get back into the school cycle. So we set up a program which is basically a mixture of mental health professionals and educators working together to find solutions to help people get back into the classroom. And we set up in March 2020, and we've been running very successfully since then. And thanks to the St John of God Research Foundation, we are currently evaluating the program and looking to see what the outcomes are in relation to school return.
Fantastic. And the next innovation building on from that and building on from another success in our mental health services is the early psychosis programme.
So early intervention in psychosis has been a real theme for the St John of God Community Mental Health Services going back to the mid-1990s, when the Dublin First Episode Psychosis Study looked at the outcomes for people developing a psychosis for the first time. And that continues to be measured and has produced the DETECT programme, which intervenes in early psychosis within a very short period of time. The area that hasn't been developed in Ireland yet is early intervention in the prodrome of psychosis, the period of time that occurs before the first psychotic symptom, time when young people start to deteriorate in their ability to socialize with their friends, where they're not achieving as well as they might normally be in school, and the family have noticed that some changes have occurred. That's known as the prodromal period of psychosis, and there's a lot of interest internationally in that period because recent research has shown that if you intervene in that period of time, you can stave off the possibility of a person developing a psychosis. And even if they do develop a psychosis later on, the outcomes will be much better if they get treatment at an early stage. So we are, within the St John of God Community Mental Health Services, we are currently working at how to develop a prodromal program within our Lucina CAMS, and we've been linking in with a number of stakeholders, both in the HSE and within the Health Research Board, to explore how we might best do that.
Okay, so it's great to see another initiative following the steps really of the DETECT service, which has been a real exemplar of excellent research practice, but also service delivery within the St John of God organisation. The next programme you're going to talk to us about is going to be very interesting and of relevance to a lot of CAMS services around the country, and this is involving the assessment and treatment of ADHD.
Okay, so attention deficit hyperactive disorder is a very common condition amongst young people, and most CAMS services would have very busy ADHD clinics running within their service. The assessment process for ADHD usually involves intensive clinical interview, collateral from family, collateral from school, and they're all very subjective measures of symptoms. But over the last number of years, there is a new objective measure, the QB test, which is basically a small computer where the young person puts on straps on their legs and a pad on their forehead, and they play a computer game for about 30 minutes. And during that time, there's an objective measurement of impulsivity and attention. And whilst it's not a replacement for the usual assessment, It greatly reduces the amount of time and burden on the young person and their family during that period of time, and the efficacy and reliability and validity of the QP test is really, really very strong. So in the Lucina clinic, we have introduced QP tests amongst 3 of our clinics. We're currently looking at installing 2 more in our remaining 2 clinics. We were the first clinics in CAMS in Ireland to bring this to Ireland, and we have seen really, really positive benefits for young people who attend, or for young people who attend services. It's not just used in the diagnostic process, it's also used in the titration and monitoring of medication as a young person is started on stimulant medication for ADHD. It's often very difficult to get the right dose and the right medication, so this is really, really helpful in being more accurate in prescribing treatment. In the ADHD clinics, we have also been the first CAMS clinics in the country to introduce nurse prescribing for ADHD. About 4 years ago, in 2015, we held a conference in collaboration with UCD and brought over nurse prescribers from the UK. Stimulant medication was not available for the treatment of ADHD, but we worked with UCD, we worked with the Nurse and Midwifery Professional Development Unit and brought it to government along with other CHOs and got stimulant medication made available for the treatment of ADHD, which has been a really, really important breakthrough, because it means that our nursing staff are able to provide very comprehensive assessments to young people and develop really strong therapeutic alliances and be the person who prescribes the medication as well. One of our big developments within the last couple of months is we've had an advanced nurse practitioner in one of our clinics who her role is now to standardize ADHD treatments across all of our Lucina clinics.
Fantastic. Some great developments. Do you see the likes of that assessment tool for ADHD being made available in mainstream or widespread throughout the country?
Well, actually, in the NHS, they are rolling it out across every trust, and we would hope that would happen as well. We would hope that would happen as well in Ireland. Funding would be made available for that.
Great. So there's great things happening. There's a great legacy of innovation there as well. And thanks to you both for speaking about it today. I know it's a rapid fire tour of innovation in the services, and it's just a taster for our audience. I'm sure there's going to be people interested in hearing more, and everybody is welcome to get in touch with yourselves through us in the Research Foundation. I should also mention, Shane, you'll be joining the live panel at the end of today's session.
I'm looking
Thanks
forward
very
to
much.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
We're going to move on now straight to the 3rd video. So thank you very much.
Welcome to the Research Department Reeling in the Years soundbite. I am Dr. Anya Kelly, Research Department Manager and Research Psychologist. The first Research Study Day was in 1986 and was funded by the Order of St. John of God. Successive research committees and the Research Foundation have developed and supported research throughout the mental health and intellectual disability services, and today culminates in a broad range of themes, funded research projects, university collaborations, specialist research units, and national and international research collaborations. The research unit became a department in 2005. Research in mental health and intellectual disability has been well supported by the Order of St. John of God since 1986, when the first Planning and Management Committee was set up. The 4 key persons in setting up the resources were Brother Lawrence Kearns, Dr. Conal Larkin, Professor Avart O'Callaghan and Dr. Pat Walsh. Throughout successive administrations, research has been facilitated, not least in the setting up of the Research Ethics Committee, the Research Department, research seminars, the Research Database, the Research and Evaluation Study Day, and the Research Grants Committee. More recently, the St John of God Research Foundation was established with an external board of directors and foundation grants committee. In the past 20 years, we have given support to over 600 research projects that are registered on our database, and since 1998 there have been over 400 peer-reviewed publications and reports. From 2003 to 17, the Order of St John of God provided 1.6 million in funding, and staff acquired over 2.7 million in external and collaborative research funding. In addition to supporting researchers and research projects, the St John of God Research Department conducts its own research projects and also collaborates on projects with other researchers across multidisciplinary teams and on various national and international research projects. Research Department staff have been lead authors and published in many international scientific journals. And presented at national and international conferences. Emanating from competitive funding, many national reports have been published and available on public websites. Collaborations with colleagues in universities and St John of God services have led to publications and international conference presentation. We have also internationally collaborated with sub-Saharan African universities in Zambia and Malawi and their experienced researchers. The St John of God Research Department has been involved in numerous publications and reports and continues its involvement in research projects to improve outcomes for those with an intellectual disability and mental health problems. In all, the department has secured well over 600,000 in external funding, in addition to the co-funding provided by the St John of God Order. We have been involved in HRB, St John of God funded and other multidisciplinary funded projects to over 3 million. In addition to the research programme, the department continues to support on research and scientific committees, ethics committee, grants committee, research seminars and advice sessions to researchers across the services and also to external research bodies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Anya, for that great presentation. And it was great to hear about all the hard work of the Research Foundation and the Research Department. And of course, none of the research would be possible without that backup support. So we're now going to Malawi, and I would like to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Charles Masilani, who's the CEO of the Malawi Community Services, who will talk on a decade of evidence-based personalized care through research. Thank you.
So welcome to this presentation titled Decade of Evidence-Based Personalized Care Through Research, an assemblage from Malawi. I am Charles Masilani, the CEO for St. John of God Hospital Services in Malawi. To begin with, human rights and the centrality of the person mental health services is becoming paramount in recent years. And the recent Malawi Mental Treatment Act has put much emphasis on the issues of human rights in the care for people with mental illness. And evidence-based mental health practices is a major tool towards provision of quality and personalized health care. This presentation will highlight a number of research projects that have been conducted in St. John of God Hospital Services in Malawi and their impact on service delivery, patient outcomes, etc. So there have been a number of research that have been conducted over the last decade. Some of the studies that have been conducted in the area of child intellectual disability has been in the area of evaluation of the implementation of pottage model early education for children in the community areas in Mzuzu, done by Kelly and others. In this study, it was found that most of the disability services in Malawi were quite institutionalized, which resulted in poor outcomes. And when we piloted the model portage model of early services, it was found that the outcomes were quite positive, and the children were gaining milestones when the services are started at the early years in their life. Also, there was another study that was trying to design a contextualized psychosocial intervention for reducing distress among parents of intellectually disabled children. So it was found that a lot of parents have a lot of mental health issues, including suicide, have issues to access services, but when a number of interventions from the developed world were studied and the package made based on those interventions and tried on the parents in Malawi, it was found that the intervention had a huge impact in reducing psychological distress among these parents. But also there have been a number of studies surrounding social cultural issues. So for example, there was a study that was done to look at community perception and factors that help influence help-seeking behaviors for people with mental illnesses in northern Malawi. Also the study looked at where do people go first if they have mental illnesses and why. And this study showed that a lot of people mental illnesses and their guardians use the biopsychosocial model when they are trying to seek services. And because a lot of people believe, in the study it was found that many people believe in witchcraft, sorcery, and the spirit possession as the major causes of mental illnesses. It then happened that most of the people were opting to visit traditional healers before they visit the Western health facilities. But also there was another study that looked at early intervention for psychosis in northern Malawi, but also looking at the duration of untreated psychosis in Malawi. It was found that the duration of untreated psychosis was more than 50 months compared to the low duration of untreated psychosis reported in the developed world, but also when we trialed the early intervention services, we found that it was quite acceptable, unlike what we initially thought, that maybe it would not be welcome in this particular community. But also, there was another study looking at domiciliary mental health care program in community services, where we're comparing the care for patients within their communities compared to the caring of patient in inpatient settings. So we found that the duration for recovery was quite shorter in the domiciliary care settings compared to those that were admitted in patient settings, but also there was quite a reduction in the stigma associated with the care in the homes compared to the stigma that was associated with the inpatient care. But also there was another study that explored the concept of mental health healing among religious leaders in the North. And in this study, we're trying to understand whether religious leaders are aware of signs and symptoms of mental health problem and what was their understanding of mental health healing. So while it was found that a lot of religious leaders were aware of some of the presentations for people with mental health problems, it was found that their understanding of healing and their suggestion for management of mental health problems was basically in tandem with the how they were conceptualizing the issue of mental health. In that, if they felt that this the thing, maybe the client is aggressive or whatever because of spiritual position, they felt that that patient would be better managed by prayers or spiritual exorcism and stuff like that. And when they found maybe that the person developed mental illnesses because of substance abuse, and then they would think that maybe they would just refer such patients to a hospital. Also, other studies that were done in the suicide. So there was one study that looked at the prevalence and associated factors of suicide in Malawi, which found that 9 out of 100,000 people commit suicide in Malawi. And the major factors associated with it was poverty, marital issues, and also issues of loans that people owe to individuals. And this study was done 1.5 years ago, but currently the number of suicide cases is still surging in spite of engaging the government and other non-governmental organizations. They need to join together in creating awareness about suicide, because suicide is considered as there are a lot of myths associated with suicide in Malawi, but also even if efforts have been there to lobby with the government to come up with a suicide national prevention strategy, that hasn't taken place. There was also another study on the perception of perinatal depression in healthcare settings. This is one of the studies that is ongoing because the aim is to find out how people perceive maternal depression and what are the needs so that it can inform development of a psychosocial intervention for perinatal mothers in Malawi. Other ongoing studies, there are studies that are looking at the prevalence of common mental disorders in people with HIV, people receiving antiretroviral treatment, but also there are studies looking at the prevalence of substance abuse amongst the urban population with the aim of rescuing adults from alcoholism. These two are ongoing. But also just to mention of other studies that have been done, maybe with support from other funders. There was a study done on insight, psychopathology, and global functioning in schizophrenia in urban Malawi. A little knowledge, caregiver burden in schizophrenia in Malawi, depression among mothers in Mzuzu, prevalence and its associated factors, client satisfaction with service delivery in Mzuzu, and there have also been a number of research projects that have been conducted by our students pursuing their Bachelor of Science degrees in our College of Health Sciences. Now, looking at how this research project have impacted on service delivery, we have seen a reduction in cost of running of services attributed to the reduction in number of patients admitted to the hospital from the immediate catchment area where domiciliary care is taking place. There has also been easy accessibility of services to clients from different communities because of establishment of health service deliveries closer to the people following the study on duration of antipsychosis and also early services for psychosis. And we have also seen enhanced government and community participation in running of the services because there were a number of recommendations, a number of these research projects that targeted the government, and through policy briefs and also engagement with government, we have seen that the government has signed a service level agreement with us so that the government pays part of the costs associated with the running of the services by paying, especially for the clients that come from the district hospitals that are run by government. We have also seen that now we have a variety of intervention for effective client recovery in terms of psychosocial intervention, even intervention for parents with the intellectual disabilities. And looking at how research has also impacted on patients and current outcomes, we have seen that currently, because of enhanced community education, engagement with traditional healers and traditional community leaders, as well as religious groups, we've seen that there is an improvement, especially in mental health seeking behavior, which is also contributing to the reduction in duration of untreated psychosis, as well as other mental illnesses. But also there has been a reduction in number of relapses of people with mental illness because of the availability or the access to mental health services, which is quite closer to the people, and they can afford it and adhere to their treatment outcomes. Looking at the national, international impact, not much, but we have seen that there are a number of studies from other countries that have cited or have referenced the studies that have been conducted in Malawi. And also we have seen and assisted in the replication of some of our community-based mental health model and the early intervention in other countries like Senegal, where I personally was invited by the St. Augustine province of the Hospital Brothers of St. John of God to assist them in establishing community-based mental health services. Now, looking at the implications for these studies for the future research, we see that there are a number of research areas that we need to focus on. And because we do not have a benchmark of most of the mental illnesses, I think we require a lot of prevalence studies. We also require studies that can look at mental illnesses and some physical comorbidities. We need to look at the issues of attitude and stigma so that we can still enhance mental health service seeking behaviors. Also, we need to check on the different outcomes amongst people with mental illnesses. Of course, while we are a resource-constrained country, but also there are still need for genetic studies, probably that can be done in collaboration with other developed, with other institutions from the developed world. Also, we need to look at the cost of treating mental illnesses to ensure cost effectiveness of the same. There are still much unexplored area as regards substance use and mental illnesses in Malawi. And also to provide a variety of services, we need to study or look into studying the quick and modern diagnostic tools for mental illnesses, but also adapt some psychosocial intervention for managing people with mental health problems as well as their families. And we need to look at the issues of traditional healers and mental illnesses in Malawi. And finally, to look at the ongoing quality improvement, especially in the care of people with the mental illnesses. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you well as we continue learning and doing more to provide much needed quality services for the people that have been interested to our care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles, for that great presentation and the insight into the innovations in personalized care in Malawi. And I think the breadth of your research program is really impressive, and also the fact that a lot of this has been made possible by competitive funding that you have been successful in applying for. And I think you have a lot of really interesting areas as well, looking forward into the future that you're hoping to research. Now we're going to move on to the adult mental health services. We're going to start with a short video reeling in the research years. And after that, we're going to have a session that focuses on research that has taken place in St. John of God Hospital. So we're going to welcome Professor Dolores Keating from the Pharmacy Department, who's going to give a talk on practice-based research in medicines optimization. Then we'll hear from Dr. Keith Gaynor from the Psychology Department on psychological research in St. John of God Hospital, its past, present and future. And then Professor Colin O'Gara, who's a psychiatrist with the addiction team, will give a presentation on addiction services research, past, present and thoughts on the future. So thank you very much.
Adult mental health research. 30 years of research and innovation working towards better outcomes. There is a strong tradition of research within St. John of God Hospital and Clonmara Mental Health Services of sponsoring and supporting the research development of clinical psychology students, psychiatric registrars on rotation, and occupational therapy and nursing students. The hospital is connected to UCD and the RCSI through its pharmacy, psychiatry, psychology and nursing departments, where students, as part of their professional development, engage in research projects. Over the years, mental health services have responded to the requests of service users to be involved in research. Projects supporting service users and family engagement have been conducted. For example, research exploring service user views of mental health research. 2 service user representatives of the Source Committee achieved PhDs in a collaborative project undertaken in our services exploring the experiences of inpatients and their family members of inpatient admission. The Research Study Day has been a seminal event for staff and students to present their research since the early 1980s with prize-giving awards. National funding awarded supported staff to attend and present at mental health national and international research conferences. In St. John of God Hospital, 2 important projects funded by the Order of St. John of God were the Eating Disorders Recovery Program, which was evaluated for the CBT program in 2003. The second evaluation was of the Wellness Recovery Approach Program, an approach to mental health recovery, providing a systematic, planned strategy which assists people in recovery and maintaining wellness. Further, the addiction team in the hospital assessed service users' views of stigma and alcohol dependence. A recent St. John of God Hospital article explored the impact of COVID-19 on addiction services and patients. Adult mental health services have published other important work, including recently a paper from Clonmara on COVID-19. The DETECT research program incorporates the longitudinal FEP study, which is ongoing after 20 years. Many conferences have been hosted by St. John of God Hospital, such as the Psychosis Improving Outcome 2009 conference, which brought together national and international researchers. Likewise, an international conference on cannabis and psychosis in 2013, funded by the Éireann O'Callaghan Award, identified barriers and solutions to carrying out complex psychosis research. The training of researchers in Malawi was an important milestone in their academic and research service development. Collaborations with Stanley Medical Research Institute and St. John of God Order funded projects has resulted in many studies and publications. The liaison psychiatry service was an important innovation. Also, the Tele-Psychiatry Project of 2011, the GASS for clozapine, development and validation of a side effect scale, and St. John of God Services implemented and evaluated family group psychoeducation for family members of people with psychosis. More recently, research has centered on the physical and mental aspects together, most notably in the research conducted on patients with severe mental illness and metabolic syndrome called the Health Track Program and the Healthy Activity Program. In all, there have been over 250 peer-reviewed articles, theses, and editorials emanating from studies. For over 30 years, St. John of God research has been multidisciplinary, innovative, translational in improving outcomes for persons with mental health difficulties. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dolores Keating, and I'm delighted to be able to share our story regarding practice-based research in medicines optimization at St. John of God Hospital. So perhaps we need to start with why. Medicines are a frequently used and key intervention in mental health. While medicines may be only one tool a person might use in their recovery, the experience of using medicines is an important factor in improving outcomes. Research on this topic can help us improve our approach to medicines optimization for mental and physical health, ensure we monitor the impact of medication use, and help us find ways of facilitating engagement and minimizing risks. The pharmacy strategic approach to research has been influenced by the principles of medicines optimization. So medicines optimization is about ensuring the right person gets the right choice of medicines at the right time. By focusing on the service user and their experiences, the goal is to help them to improve their outcomes, actively use their medicines in a beneficial way, avoid taking unnecessary medicines, and improve medication safety. So, inspired by the organizational culture of research and teaching, in 2014 I approached the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland and pitched an idea. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could work together, align the vision and mission of both organizations to deliver education and research that would ultimately improve the provision of services for people experiencing mental health difficulties? The Memorandum of Understanding incorporated the core principles of recovery, medicines optimization, and activation. Our hope was that this collaboration would move beyond the provision of clinical placements and academic appointments to using research to ensure the pharmacy profession could contribute to its full potential in mental health care. Now, our small group in the pharmacy had the support of management level, the expertise of experienced researchers and mentors within the organization, and a whole team of new colleagues in the university to drive our research strategy forward. So to give some examples of research outputs and achievements so far, Caroline Hines published our first paper in schizophrenia research in 2015, describing development and validation of a self-report side effect scale for clozapine. She then went on to describe how this tool can be used in clinical practice and how it benefits our service users. Her work has been recommended for use by the British Association for Psychopharmacology, and it is also recommended in the American Psychiatric Association guidelines for the treatment of schizophrenia, published in September this year. Early engagement with the national clinical programs led to a project reviewing the quality and utility of clinical guidelines for the pharmacological treatment of first episode schizophrenia. And this has given us the opportunity to be involved in a number of projects related to medication use. Audrey Purcell's work on VTE prophylaxis allowed us to advocate for the consideration of acute mental health in the National Quality Improvement Programme. We know that there are significant health inequalities for people experiencing severe mental health problems with multimorbidity and often unaddressed physical health needs. Through the OPT-SMI study, Aoife Carolyn aims to use prescribing indicators to help us ensure physical health needs are met. One of the key aims of the collaboration with RCSI was to create significant learning experiences that would build on the foundation knowledge provided in the university. We could integrate that knowledge in clinical practice and support the caring and human dimensions of learning. And so we embarked on a program of educational reform. Service users and caregivers advised us on how the curriculum could be improved. Our ideas and approach to patient and public participation in education were incorporated in the RCSI strategic plan. A pragmatic approach to actual site visits that could address some gaps in the curriculum was needed. We created an intervention accessible to us that would help them the patient journey through the mental health services, demonstrate the value of multidisciplinary working, and hope to dispel some of the myths associated with the inpatient setting. We've conducted longitudinal evaluation of the programme over 6 years. Mental Health First Aid Ireland training and research programme began with the research question: how might we improve the pharmacy graduates' age in mental health care? A systematic review of Irish mental health research and policy informed the adaptation of the Mental Health Aid Manual and materials for Ireland. The very first course was delivered to pharmacy students. Donal Scanlon and the team have gone to train in excess of 8,000 people with over 50 instructors nationally and engage with independent research for programme evaluation. But every year we return to where it began. Mental health first aid is now included as a mandatory of the undergraduate pharmacy in RCSI, in the same way as physical health first aid is. And on the advice of our service users, the programme is delivered within a physical health module to support the integration of mental health throughout the curriculum. As the project pipeline, the immediate future looks productive with a number of papers at the later stages of completion. We're coming to the end of our first phase of research strategy and hope to visit our programme early next year. It's been a busy, challenging and rewarding few years. I appreciate the commitment of the pharmacy team and I'm grateful to all those who helped us. The culture and tradition of the organisation in using care to inform and implement in care gives us the why to drive our research programme forward. Thank you.
I'm here talking to you today about psychological research in St. John of God Hospital. And it has a long and interesting history that I only really discovered as I dug into it over the last couple of weeks. My name is Keith Gaynor. Some of you may know me. I've been a psychologist in St. John of God Hospital for the last 8 years. And it's been, I suppose, one of the key themes that emerged from this research into the hospital was the importance of collaboration and collegiality. That there's been a huge amount of research that's gone on, and a key part of that has been psychology department collaborating with other departments, collaborating with other groups, and working with a diverse range of approaches and a diverse range of client populations. Some of you might recognize some of these faces from the past. then Ali Darcy, who would have done research here in the 2000s, who went on to work in Stanford and develop Wobot, a mental health app. Gary Donoghue, who worked in St. John of God Hospital in the 2000s as well, and now Professor of Psychology in NUIG. Catherine Dugan, who works in the Institute of Neuroscience in University College London as a senior researcher now. A wide variety of people who developed long and very successful research careers, and they started out in St. John of God Hospital. When we look at the diversity of approaches and people who worked on it, we can see papers in psychosis, depression, emotional dysregulation, in first episode psychosis, and in long-term schizophrenia. We can see work in a range of different therapeutic approaches. And there's just, I suppose, a very broad, open-minded approach to how research has been done. And I think that's to the hospital's credit. When we look at just some of the papers that have been published, we see papers in psychosis and schizophrenia, which of course St. John of God's has a long tradition of. We also see papers for alcohol and substance use, which again the hospital will be well known for. And we see papers in CBT and with emotional dysregulation and in anger. And the hospital has produced a high range of very successful, high impact papers over the years. It's also been the starting ground for a long number of theses, research theses, and practical theses. And this is based on the collaboration between St. John of God Hospital and universities across Ireland. And so, although St. John of God Hospital is known as a teaching hospital, within that teaching, there has been thesis upon thesis and research upon research. And those are just a few of the people may obviously know Zita, Radmel Quirk, Leonie Keogh, Catherine Dugan, Ali Darcy, who all would have done their theses in the 1990s and 2000s. The current research again shows a diversity of approaches and a diversity of outcomes. There's current research going on in DBT, looking at the importance of group processes. There is work on compassion-focused therapy and the effectiveness of group compassion-focused therapy. There's work looking at stigma and addiction, coping with COVID-19, and building social connections in those with enduring mental health difficulties. And I suppose with these as the groundwork and the collaboration between departments and ongoing connection with universities across the country, it feels like the research approach in St. John of God within the psychology department in St. John of God Hospital is going to be very rich. And among many of my colleagues, I've always felt lucky for the value of the collaboration and collegiality between the psychology department and all the other departments in St. John of God's.
Okay, thanks very much, everybody. I'm delighted to be here and hope you're enjoying the conference so far. My name is Colin O'Gara. I'm a consultant psychiatrist here at St. John of God Hospital and also clinical professor at UCD. And I'm delighted to speak to you today about addiction service research and the work that we've been doing here at the hospital in addiction. So we are a very busy addiction service, and we focus on addictions to a whole host of issues. We divide, you can divide our work into detox in the first instance and rehab. They're the two main facets of work that we do, and by far and away the most common issue that we deal with is alcohol. And we also deal with a range of drug problems as well. stimulants, opioids, cannabis, and benzodiazepines in particular in the sedative group. As a psychiatric hospital, we also deal with regularly psychiatric comorbidity, meaning mental health problems. And critically, our research is clinical. It falls into the topic of clinical research, meaning that we're all very busy clinicians who have significant caseloads, teaching duties. We regularly have medical students and full multidisciplinary teams and colleagues that work with us. Our team members, apart from being expert in the clinical side of things, they're also research active and work with a whole host of collaborators nationally and in some cases internationally. So very lucky to have excellent colleagues in that regard. In more recent years, we have focused on process addictions. Prior to that, we've done research in pretty much all the different areas, including alcohol, drugs, and nicotine. Nicotine was the focus of my PhD. We're going back over 10 years now to completion of that work. But in recent years, it's definitely process addictions is what we've been focusing on, and what that means is substance addiction and non-substance addictions where there isn't particularly a substance involved. And the type of processes we're talking about are gambling, video gaming, known as internet gaming, sex, food, exercise, and there's probably a lot more rarer forms of process addictions also that we come across as well. Most common by far is gambling, and gambling is a big problem in Ireland at the moment. Gambling addiction in particular, a gambling disorder as it's known. We've been active in highlighting the deficits with regard to gambling, service provision, research provision, and regulation over the past few years. And this is an editorial published in 2017, which highlights basically that legislation needs to be enacted for the protection of players across a whole host of gambling products. Unfortunately, we haven't had any luck with that, and it's not looking great at the moment either, although there's some, as per usual, there's some commentary that it will get better, but at the moment it's not looking great. We wanted to get an idea of prevalence, and in doing that, we set out in probably 2012 onwards to do a national survey. We found it difficult to get our survey out there amongst a whole host of other surveys. We ended up with 200 people in that survey. We had certainly had designs in it being far bigger, but it was certainly a start, and it showed what we thought we would find, which was that sports betting and mobile device usage was the most common, with a lot of people in the sample, 75% of the people borrowing or stealing money to fund their gambling, which was even higher than we thought. And a good chunk of people in the population study felt that the harms of gambling should be advertised. Over the past few years, the service has been very keen to highlight deficits in responsible gambling initiatives in the country, and it's also a problem internationally, but particularly in Ireland. We're talking about real-time feedback, age verification, and limits on betting times, and the amount of betting spend limits as well. So we studied that with Caoimhe Cooney, who was our lead author in that paper, and that demonstrated significant deficiencies, as we expected, in responsible gambling tools and initiatives within the country. Service provision is the next area we wanted to look at, which, in essence, we thought that we would find very little of it. For many years, it's been proposed that an Office for Gambling Control would be initiated, of which would be funded. It would be funded by a social fund, which would come from a betting levy or an overall fraction of the overall turnover from the gambling operators, and unfortunately that hasn't come forward yet. So the current service provision with regards to gambling is currently very poor in the country. There's a David Collin paper with Mark Griffiths, and we did that through freedom of information requests and got a lot of buy-in into that study, and a lot of services and community health organizations and local drug task forces responding and helping us get the data together for that. Advertising is a huge problem in Ireland with regards to the overexposure of gambling ads, not only to adults but also children. In essence, there are too many ads and too often, and these ads do influence behavior and ultimately the development of gambling disorder. And the advertising, the harms of gambling are too limited in Ireland also. Again, this is a study that David Collin, as part of his MD thesis, led with a number of other clinicians that were working in the service at the time. And this looked at advertisements in various sports in Ireland and essentially demonstrated that the rate of these ads is, as expected, high, and is something that needs to be controlled. We have also focused on internet gaming disorder, which is a relatively newly recognized problem. There is an increasing sophistication of games and increasing sophistication of devices, hardware. This is basically leading to an addictive product. Of course, it's a controversial topic. Some believe that it is not addictive, that it is just overclassification, there's psychiatric disorder that is basically unnecessary. But we're beginning to see more and more referrals for internet use disorder, which is just generally the overuse of the internet, and also internet gaming disorder. We have highlighted this in, again, an editorial last year, highlighting the harms that are prevalent with gaming disorder, and then followed that up with a survey of gaming problems within Ireland, which showed that the prevalence is probably similar to international data as well. So with regards to the future, we have ongoing studies going in most of the areas: alcohol, gambling, gaming, inpatient rehab. So there's plenty of scope there, and if anybody's interested in doing work with us from a clinical point of view, if you're a clinician or otherwise, we're delighted to hear from you. So thanks very much for listening, and the best of luck with the rest of the conference. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks very much.
So thank you very much to all in St. John of God Hospital. Again, another really impressive research program. And I was struck by the themes of the importance of collaboration and this whole team effort. Also by the reach into the third level institutions. And it was nice to hear about how people who have worked in the various departments have progressed in their careers. So now we're going to take a short 8-minute break. It's an opportunity to get a cup of coffee. And then after the break, we're going to continue with the theme of adult mental health, and we will hear from the psychosis research program and also from the Clúnmhuire Community Mental Health Services. So thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. And for the next session, we're going to focus on research in psychosis. So this programme was started 30 years ago by the late Professor Éabhard O'Callaghan and Dr. Conal Larkin. And I would also like to acknowledge the fantastic support that our statistician Tony Kinsella has given the programme over many years. I would also like to mention the invaluable advice and wisdom of Professor John Waddington, who has collaborated with us on so many projects. The first presentation is by myself, and it's an overview of psychosis research, looking back, moving forward. Then we will hear from Niall Turner, an occupational therapy manager, on DETECT research on a two-pronged approach for vocational recovery. This will be followed by a talk from Dr. Donal O'Keefe, who's a postdoctoral research psychologist, on conceptualizing and facilitating recovery in psychosis, the IHOPE 20 study and beyond. So thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for asking me to present this talk today on the special anniversary of the St. John of God Research Study Day. The fundamental question that I want to answer today is what has been the value of the psychosis research program? And the value or the usefulness of any research program is a question that I guarantee you every researcher asks themselves from time to time, particularly when things aren't running smoothly, as is so often the case. But we, and by we, I mean the participants, the funders and the researchers, we persist with research because the ultimate aim of healthcare research is to drive better outcomes for our patients and conduct research that is underpinned by the values of the St. John of God Order. So where do we start? Well, one of the fundamental building blocks of research lies in data collection. But it's important to think carefully about the type of data that we collect, and most importantly, how we are going to use it or apply the knowledge or insights. The psychosis research program has been running for over 30 years and is focused on a wide variety of areas, starting in the 1980s and into the 1990s, with research that focused on the etiology of psychosis. This was led by one of the great pioneers of both Irish and worldwide psychosis research, the late Professor Éabhard O'Callaghan. At that time, the neurodevelopmental model of schizophrenia was very influential. This neurodevelopmental hypothesis of schizophrenia focused on aberrant genes and early neural hazards. Studies confirmed that low birth weight, hypoxia, and other obstetric complications were linked to increased risk of schizophrenia, as were prenatal exposure to viral infections and nutritional deficiencies. But the finding of considerable variation in the incidence of schizophrenia across populations had important etiological implications. and was used to argue for more environmental and contextual influences on schizophrenia risk. Social class, urban birth and upbringing, and indeed the degree of urbanicity were found to be associated with later risk of schizophrenia. This was a time of great change in how we conceptualized many illnesses, and schizophrenia was no different. So the neurodevelopmental hypothesis grew into the developmental risk factor model of psychosis and incorporated childhood and adult adversity, urban living and migration, as well as heavy cannabis use as important risk factors, with dysregulated striatal dopamine the final common pathway. The developmental model took into account evidence that indicates that schizophrenia is not a discrete disease entity, but rather the severe end of a broader multidimensional psychosis spectrum. At this time, the prevailing theories thought of diagnosis strictly in categories, particularly schizophrenia. Studies focused on examining people with the same diagnosis who were at quite different points of illness. However, many research groups broadened their focus to include all cases of psychosis, and attention turned to examining the outcomes of psychosis. Outcomes of psychotic disorders were noted to be associated with high personal, societal, and clinical burden, and thus an urgent need to improve these outcomes was identified. And one of the best ways to do this was by longitudinal studies. These are a type of research study that primarily uses the method of data collection by observation of individuals over a period of time. They can help researchers learn more about cause and effect relationships and are also highly flexible, which means that the focus they use can be shifted over time. And of course, one of the most famous longitudinal studies in general medicine began in 1967, the Whitehall study, which examined cardiovascular health amongst British civil servants. So could something similar be done for psychosis in Ireland? So in 1995, the Dublin First Episode Psychosis study started. It was based in the Clonmara catchment area and recruited people who presented with a first episode of psychosis over a 4-year period. It was twinned with a rural arm in Cavan Monaghan. The study looked at a wide variety of areas, including causes, childhood development, health service utilisation. Outcome was assessed in a multidimensional manner that took account of symptom burden, functioning and quality of life. And the study was truly longitudinal, as there were follow-up points at 6 months, 4 years, 8 years, 12 years and 20 years. One of the areas that we spent a lot of time examining was the duration of untreated psychosis. This is the length of time that people spend actively psychotic but untreated before their illness is detected. The data indicated that there were long delays between developing psychotic symptoms and receiving treatment. These treatment delays were associated with increased suicidality and poor quality of life at presentation. Treatment delays had far-reaching consequences and were associated with poorer outcomes at 6 months, 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, and also at 20 years, and Donal will discuss this in more detail in a later presentation. But returning to the point that I raised earlier, could the evidence from these studies be translated into clinical practice? So undeterred by the statistic from healthcare research that it takes 17 years to apply less than 10% of knowledge to benefit patients, and with seed funding from the St. John of God Order, Ireland's first early intervention in psychosis service was developed in Dublin in 2005. A similar service was also developed in Cavan Monaghan, and this paralleled the development of many worldwide early intervention in psychosis services. Sitting behind the clinical service is a comprehensive research programme that is clinically focused and has looked at areas as diverse as negative symptoms at presentation, depression and quality of life, aggression and violence at presentation, a health economic evaluation, and employment status amongst those with psychosis. And Niall will discuss this in more detail in the following presentation. We have also examined the very clinically relevant area of engagement with treatment. One of the areas where we've been doing a lot of work on recently is the physical health of those with psychosis. This work has been driven by data from the first episode psychosis study. When we looked at the 12-year follow-up data, 10% of the sample, or 17 individuals, had sadly died. This is consistent with the well-established figure showing a reduced life expectancy of about 20 years in those with psychosis. At the 20-year follow-up, we calculated the standardized mortality rates, and we can see for young males an increase in mortality rates by a ratio factor of 9. We also looked at changes in body mass index over 20 years, and this data shows that at presentation the majority of the group were in the normal BMI category, but this pattern had reversed at 20 years. In response to these figures, we have developed a physical health intervention that is tailored for people with serious mental illness. And Peter Gallagher has just published a paper showing that participation in the programme is associated with improved self-esteem and activity levels. The qualitative feedback captured other benefits of the intervention. So, what have we learned from the psychosis research programme? The importance of a multidisciplinary team and support from management cannot be underestimated. We have benefited from some great advice from the public and patient participants. We need to invest in measuring outcomes, and it's important to have a diverse portfolio of funders. You can do a lot with small sums of money, and the simplest of projects are often the most sophisticated. I want to finish by acknowledging the individuals and their families who have so patiently and altruistically participated in all the research programmes. We're also indebted to the St. John of God Order. The community mental health services have always been most helpful and encouraging. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of all the Avila House team, especially Felicity Fanning, who holds the whole programme together. And lastly but not least, I'd like to thank the backroom team of the Research Department, the Research Foundation, the Ethics Committee and the Data Protections Officers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Niall Turner and I'm the Occupational Therapy Manager at Clonmara. I'm delighted to be contributing to this section of the Research Study Day with Mary and Donal. I'm going to present on a clinical trial conducted in DETECT between 2009 and 2013. This trial was of a two-pronged vocational approach for people with first episode psychosis and was funded by the Mental Health Commission. Firstly, to say that there is a report available on this work, so there's no need to frantically take notes. Please just email me and I will send you on a copy. Clonmara has a history of research in this area, and coming later, I'll be presenting on vocational rehabilitation and occupational therapy research conducted in the service over the years. But briefly to bring you through some of the rehabilitation approaches that were available to people with mental health difficulties. In the 1980s, sheltered workshops were the main type of vocational rehabilitation available. These provided attendees to participate in work-like activities, but the main aim was not to move on to actual mainstream employment. In the 1990s, the specialist training courses were available, and these used the train then place approach, whereby people would train in particular skills and then gain employment in the area that they had trained in. The third iteration was supported employment. Supported employment used the place then train approach. An employment specialist would work with a person to rapidly return to work and then support them to retain that job through giving them ongoing support and also supporting the employer. This intervention was often delivered by a third-party organisation, so wasn't integrated with the health service. And this is one of the reasons it is believed that this approach wasn't as successful for people with mental health difficulties as for people with physical disabilities or people with intellectual disabilities. However, in the early 1990s, a specific supports employment intervention known as IPS was developed for people with mental health difficulties, and research commenced on it. By the early noughties, a lot of evidence had emerged that actually showed that it was a more successful approach than what was previously provided. The next development was including IPS with early intervention for psychosis. Unsurprisingly, the first trial of this took place in EPIC in Melbourne, Australia, who were the originators of the model for early intervention for psychosis. Their trial showed very positive results. Not too far away, there was also trials underway for IPS with young people with psychosis. Miles Rinaldi and colleagues undertook one such trial and showed a 95% reduction in unemployment among people who used IPS. They also showed a gradual increase in the level of participation in open employment, and were one of the first to show participation in mainstream education and training as a positive outcome. We in DETECT were looking at this work with interest, as we wanted to conduct a trial of IPS with our model of early intervention for psychosis. But we were also asking ourselves a question. What about those who were coming to the service who had not lost their productive role? Could we provide them with an intervention to ensure that they retained the role that they had not lost? After searching the literature, we found an approach called the Workplace Fundamentals module. And we decided to conduct a trial of DETECT with IPS available for those who had lost their role and Workplace Fundamentals for those who had not lost their role. We developed a grant application and submitted it to the Mental Health Commission and were awarded the money to undertake this clinical trial. This allowed us to employ an employment specialist for 3 years. The pathway to recruitment was as follows. The referral to the service happened from primary care, and if there was a suspected psychosis, they were referred on to DETECT. DETECT then undertook their assessment, and if it was a confirmed case of first episode psychosis, they were offered the DETECT interventions. At the time, there was an occupational therapist on the staff, and they undertook an assessment of needs and established what the current work status was. They also assessed if the person was suitable for the trial. If they were referred on to the employment specialist, who undertook an initial meeting and offered the correct intervention. They also discussed the option to participate in research, as it wasn't mandatory. The vocational outcomes that we were interested in was participation in employment or education, change in work status between the baseline and the follow-up, and the percentage of the follow-up period spent in paid employment and education. From this, 60 people availed of the interventions, of whom 38 consented to take part in the research. Their mean age was 38 years old. There was a 50-50 split in terms of men and women, and a 50-50 split in terms of education. There was slightly more people with a schizophrenia spectrum disorder than an affective or other psychotic condition. In terms of the results, we followed up 34 of the 38, and the mean length of the follow-up period was 18 months. We found that 62% had spent 1 month or more in paid employment, 27% had spent 1 month or more in formal education, 12% had participated in both. We also found that there had been a number of changes in work status. 50% had a productive role at both time points, 24% had attained a productive role by time 2, 24% were unoccupied at both time points, and 3% had lost their productive role. In terms of the percentage of the time spent in employment or education, the mean amount of time spent among IPS participants was 49%, and 90% among those who participated in workplace fundamentals. So what conclusions can we draw? Well, firstly, that people with psychosis can sustain and/or return to education or employment with an evidence-based intervention. We attained similar levels of positive outcomes in an Irish context compared with the UK and Australia. And that the job retention programme did boost the vocational recovery levels. However, it's important to point out that the best methodology would have been an RCT, but could not be undertaken for ethical and funding reasons. There is a small sample size, and an external fidelity review of IPS could not be conducted again for funding reasons. Since this research, a number of positive developments have occurred. IPS has been recommended as a key component of an early intervention for psychosis service by the HSE National Clinical Programmes Office. IPS have joined many community mental health teams through the Service Reform Fund provided by the Department of Health to Genio. And the job retention programme has further developed and is delivered by Clonmara in the Occupational Therapy Department. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge many people who contributed to this work. Firstly, to the late Professor Eabhart O'Callaghan, to Professor Mary Clark, to all the DETECT team that assisted, and of course, to the participants. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donal O'Keefe. I'm a research psychologist based in the DETECT Early Intervention and Psychosis Service in Dublin. The aim of my talk today is to give you a whistle-stop tour of our research program into long-term recovery in psychosis. I'm going to begin by introducing you to the IHOPE 20 cohort. This stands for the Irish Health Outcomes in Psychosis Evaluation 20-year follow-up study. It's a first episode psychosis cohort. And then I'm going to very briefly discuss the findings of 4 studies. The first 2, looking at how recovery is conceptualized. We'll be focusing on recovery meaning, 20 years post-FEP, and service users' understanding of meaning in life at 21 years after FEP diagnosis. And then I'll move on to discussing 2 studies looking at what facilitates recovery. We'll look at the predictors of outcome at 20 years, and service user experiences of mental health service use with a particular focus on policy change. So to begin, just to explain, the IHOPE 20 cohort has scientific value because there's a very limited knowledge available on recovery in the very long term, beyond 20 years in FEP. It's also important because other long-term follow-up studies have used what has been described as an enriched sample that doesn't represent the modern spectrum diagnostic approach. So what that means basically is there's a need to include a wider taxonomy of psychosis, so not just first episode schizophrenia samples, for example. And what that does, because otherwise if we don't do that, our understanding of the impact of psychosis may be angled towards long-term impairment. There's also evidence, or epidemiological evidence in literature, that suggests that schizophrenia and bipolar disorder aren't in fact exclusive diagnostic entities. So the cohort was established between 1995 and 1999. It's an epidemiologically complete incidence first episode psychosis sample of 171 people. These were individuals who were residing in the South Dublin catchment area. And they're also aged 12 or over. So we followed up with them previously, and this data focuses on 20 years and 21 years post that. The first study was conducted. It's a qualitative study because of the fact that there's no data available on how people who are diagnosed with an FEP understand, make sense, and conceptualize recovery in the long term beyond 5 years. We aimed to, I suppose, explore this using Bronick-Clark's approach to thematic analysis. We analysed the data of 20 interviews of people who were members of this cohort. We generate 5 themes, and these illuminate the meaning of personal or service user-defined recovery in FEP in the very long term. The first theme, pursuing balance and conflict, reflects how individuals held different or conflicting understandings of what recovery was. And to them, recovery was, I suppose, holding those simultaneously, living with that dissonance, but also reconciling them by pursuing balance. Then there's generating meaning in life. This involved participants, I suppose, identifying what or establishing what made their life meaningful, but then there was a process of reprioritization or reorganization following the impact of psychosis on meaning in life. Then we've experiencing a dynamic personal relationship with time, which reflects, I suppose, an understanding of recovery as living with changes in individual connectedness with time. Then redressing inequality, but also at the same time managing added challenges of vulnerability, and then directing life from resilience to flourishing. So, briefly touch on some of the implications. In terms of policy, if a mental health policy is prioritizing and communicating to service users that recovery is one particular aspect of a conflict, for example, if the service is communicating the recovery as a process and the service user understands it as an outcome, the services then risk inadvertently correcting a service user's understanding of recovery, and they also risk marginalizing them. There's also an implication in terms of there's a need from our findings now to explore in more detail the concept of temporality and flourishing in the context of FEP recovery. The next study is my PhD work looking at meaning in life as a core aspect of service user-defined recovery and mental health. So no study has looked at this detail in depth with people with experience of psychosis. So I used interpretive phenomenological analysis to explore how people found, maintained, and developed meaning in life over the course of their lives. And that was with 16 cohort members. My participants described and interpreted meaning in life as the experience, or sorry, developing an awareness of connectedness to context. And this occurred in 5 main ways, represented by the 5 images on the slide. So the first was enacting identity. This involved participants acknowledging the self. I suppose they resided in the self, which was their identity, and they sought to enact this identity by pursuing congruence between their true self and their actions. Then there's belonging in life. This was participants acknowledging that the self existed in relation to the self and others. They aimed to belong amid their life witnesses, which included the self, to experience significance. Then there was independence, participants realizing the self existed in relation to systems, for example, the family unit. They used these systems to generate meaning in life, but also attained meaning in life from transcending them. Then we've agency and patiency. Participants appreciated how their environment shaped the self and the self shaped the environment. And then finally, reconciling temporality involved participants developing an awareness of how the self was experienced across time, acknowledging that temporality changes depending on life circumstances. So these findings, I suppose, show us how meaning in life can be developed in the process of recovery and psychosis. And this can be shared with service users and their supporters in order to foster hope for its attainment. There's also a need to educate clinicians on the broader nature of meaning in life. Meaning in life is not simply meaningful social roles or life goals. From, I suppose, a service provision perspective, there's also a need, I suppose, potentially from these findings to develop interventions so they become potential targets for intervention then in psychotic illness. Now we're moving on to what facilitates recovery. So we're looking at the predictors of outcome at 20 years. And we're looking at the baseline predictive value, the predictive value of baseline characteristics in determining remission, clinical recovery, personal recovery, and resilience at 20 years. And we use linear regression and logistic regression to do this. Of the data available, 65% of people were deemed to be in remission at 20 years, 35.2 were determined to be in full functional recovery, which is a combination of functional and vocational recovery and remission. And then, really interestingly, 53.7 reported from their own understanding of what recovery is, they considered themselves recovered. Shorter duration of untreated psychosis was a statistically significant predictor of both resilience and personal recovery at 20 years. Older age was associated with higher resilience, and a primary diagnosis of an affective disorder was associated with lower personal recovery scores at 20 years. Poorer pre-morbid social adjustment was associated with reduced odds of remission and personal recovery at 20 years. Being in full-time employment, not living alone, and having lower baseline global assessment of a functioning score was associated with increased odds of full functional recovery. So these data challenge the poor outcomes which have been previously reported, but they also suggest the potential, I suppose, for long-term clinical benefits of early intervention, and also, by virtue of that, the economic benefits to the health system. Unfortunately, the resilience found was markedly less than general population norms. And we also identified a potential compounding effect of the combination of affective and psychotic symptoms on personal recovery, because those with a non-affective diagnosis, they predicted personal recovery. So it's much more likely that people scored higher if they had a non-affective diagnosis. There's also our data point to the importance of employment and living with others in the recovery process. Finally, I'm just going to look at another qualitative study examining the impact of policy changes on service user experiences in FEP in order to evaluate the degree to which they facilitate recovery. So we basically, our cohort was uniquely placed because of 10 years experience of using services before and 10 years after the publication of a vision for change and consequently the implementation of the recovery approach. We used thematic networks analysis to analyze the interviews of 20 cohort members, 10 in full functional recovery and 10 not. So unfortunately, I don't have time to go through our findings in detail. However, I'm just going to discuss them briefly. So we found a polarization between the experience of people who were deemed to be in full functional recovery and those who were not, in terms of their perception of recovery orientation. Those clinically recovered service users found that services become more humanized. That was their experience. And we hypothesized that this change may reflect the move away from the medical model, being seen as an ordinary complex individual where problems can alleviate the distress associated with the objectification of diagnostic labeling and reframe mental illness as a human challenge. The non-recovered service users, however, described being abandoned to recovery. And this, I suppose, polarization may reflect the issues, I suppose, relation to the implementation of the recovery approach. So it's possible that rather than remaining grounded in a genuine commitment to empowerment and human rights, the recovery concept has become professionalized and colonized by practitioners to make services more acceptable and competitive. But it's also possible that our finding could be explained by issues relating to the recovery model itself. There's a privileging of Western ideals of individualism. Also, the recovery model says that you have to recover in a particular way by being held personally responsible for treatment decisions and actively participating in recovery. And these goals may be problematic for people who value the idea of collective responsibility, or they also may be inaccessible to those whose sense of self is engulfed by symptoms. And there's also potential issues in terms of the recovery approach ignoring context and straining to account for the social determinants of health. So that's the end of my presentation. If anyone would like any further information on this research, please get in touch, and if you have any further questions. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to all involved in the psychosis research program, and it's great to hear about the impact of the research program on policy and service development. So now we're going to continue our focus on adult mental health, and we're going to go to the Clonmara Community Mental Health Services, where Niall Turner will give another presentation on occupational therapy and vocational rehabilitation research. And then we will hear from the psychology department from Lucy Moore and Jim Ling, who will talk on a decade of service-based research in adult community mental health. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. And my name is Niall Turner. I'm the Occupational Therapy Manager with the Clonmara Service, and I'm also Joint Manager with the Lucina Service. I'm delighted to participate in the 30th St. John of God Research Celebrations and to share with you some of the research myself and others in the service have conducted around vocational rehabilitation. Before I begin, though, I wanted to just introduce this vocational pathway, as I'll be using it to structure the rest of my presentation. So to my mind, we need to consider how a person may experience vocational disruption, what vocational rehabilitation has to offer, and what sort of levels of vocational recovery can be achieved and what enables that to be achieved. Those of us who work in the mental health services know how much mental health conditions disrupt vocational participation. Research by Murwaha and Johnson in 2004, a seminal paper on this topic, showed that many people with schizophrenia are unemployed, even though the majority of them want to work. Also, this paper showed that first episode study cohorts who were followed up longitudinally, actually the level of employment declined over time rather than recovered. Our own paper on this topic actually looked at 162 participants who were presenting to the Clonmara Service or the St. John of God private hospital and were diagnosed with the first episode of psychosis. That research showed that 1 in 3 of the sample were unemployed at this time, at their first presentation. We determined that longer duration of untreated psychosis and the level of negative symptoms were associated with being unemployed. And we also showed that employment status was influential to quality of life. Unsurprisingly, those who were unemployed had lower quality of life than those who continued in their employment role. We also had service level evidence of vocational disruption. Burton Hall is the rehabilitation and training service based in the Sandyford Industrial Estate. And in the mid-90s and early noughties, there were over 150 attenders every day. This service evolved over 2 decades and went from having sheltered workshop activities like packing jam jar lids or doing mail drops to social and creative activities. And then in the 1990s, occupational therapy was added. And finally, then the vocational rehabilitation program, REACH, was established in 1995. REACH at that time stood for recognition and esteem through accommodation, catering, and horticulture, due to these 3 elements being core to the program. Dr. Stephen Brown conducted the first research project on REACH. He looked at whether or not there was an impact on quality of life. He conducted an assessment of quality of life and symptoms at the start of the program and at the end of the program. And he also carried out the same assessments on a number of people who were waiting to commence the program and continued on a supportive rehabilitation program. What he found at time 2 was that among REACH participants, there was a 46% improvement in their quality of life, in the absence of any significant change in symptom severity. In contrast, there was no significant change in the quality of life for people who continued with the supportive rehabilitation program. Since this paper, there has been 3 further papers conducted on the REACH program. So we have significantly contributed to the evidence base in this area. Peter Whitty published a paper in 2006, which was a longitudinal follow-up study, and he found that the quality of life of REACH participants increased significantly compared to a control group. I undertook a paper where we compared people referred to the REACH program and people who weren't referred to the REACH program, and found that those referred had significantly poorer pre-morbid functioning and less educational attainment than those not referred. Therefore, this group of people were predisposed to having a poorer outcome. Yet, by Peter Whitty's paper, we know that they actually had better quality of life in comparison to those who hadn't attended. I also undertook a study with my colleague Caroline Lydon in 2009, where we looked at whether or not the REACH program had any impact on occupational performance. This study found that participants had significantly improved occupational performance, which was maintained 20 weeks after the program ended. Importantly, though, we've also had real-world outcomes from this training program. REACH continues to operate to this day. It's nearly 25 years now in existence, and over 1,200 people have benefited from this program. So what about the third area of the pathway, vocational recovery? Well, traditionally, this is regarded as a return to paid employment. And in the EU countries, among people with schizophrenia, the rates are between 10 and 30% of people returning to paid employment. However, what about participation in other productive occupations, such as study, volunteering, parenting? These are also important outcomes because research has shown that participation in these productive occupations is beneficial to health and quality of life. Our study on this topic was a 12-year follow-up and was conducted in conjunction with the 12-year follow-up of the first episode psychosis study that started in 1995. When I interviewed participants 12 years after their first diagnosis, I found that 34% were in paid employment, 34% were in other non-paid productive occupations, and 32% were unemployed. I also conducted an occupational history interview on the last 12 years, and I quantified that the mean percentage of time in paid employment among the sample was 50%. I also quantified the amount of time spent in other non-paid productive occupations. And when both are combined, I found that there was a mean percentage of the follow-up period of 62% spent in all forms of work. These outcomes would be much better than previously presented. Were there any benefits to vocational recovery? I found that on symptoms, there was no significant relationship between vocational recovery and negative symptoms or excitement symptoms. However, there was a significant inverse correlation between the percentage of time in work and positive symptoms, disorganized symptoms, and emotional distress. Furthermore, I also found a significant association with objective quality of life scores, social exclusion, and recovery. So what would I conclude from this research? Well, vocational disruption is a reality for many people affected by conditions such as schizophrenia. Vocational rehabilitation can work and has proven benefits to health, well-being, social inclusion and recovery. Vocational recovery is achieved by more people when we include non-paid productive occupations as a positive outcome. St. John of God researchers are among the Irish leaders in this field and can continue to innovate and provide solutions to the remaining challenges to vocational recovery. I want to finish by acknowledging the contribution of the late Professor Éabhart O'Callaghan to this work, none of which would have been done without his involvement, and also to give you my email address in case anyone wants references, has any questions or comments. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Lucy Moore, Principal Clinical Psychologist in Clonmara Community Adult Mental Health Service, and this over here is my colleague Dr. Jim Ling, who is Senior Counselling Psychologist. And we're going to talk about key research projects in the psychology department here over the past 10 years.
So yes, Lucy, maybe the place that we could start is the Coping with Depression group therapy program that you've been running for some time.
Yes, I'm afraid to say I've been running these groups now for over 20 years. And both the group content and the style of presentation has evolved over time, largely due to the feedback received from service users, but also due to the results we obtained from a longer-term research project that I ran and which indeed you helped considerably with.
Lucy, I remember it well. I mean, could you tell us a bit about the group and your research questions?
Absolutely. During the 1990s, we had considerably fewer psychologists working in community services, but we still had a lot of people seeking psychological therapy. So I decided to try delivering CBT for depression on a group as opposed to individual basis. And indeed, the initial feedback and research found that the group was both an effective and very acceptable way of delivering therapy to our service users. And what they said was not only did they learn the basics of CBT, which is a key evidence-based therapy for depression, but they also had the experience of spending time with like-minded people who, if you like, really got them in a way that perhaps friends and family might not.
And then you decided to do a PhD and to investigate group therapy for depression in a much broader way, right?
Yeah, yes, indeed. And I was interested in really how much therapy was enough, how much therapy was needed for change to occur. And I was also really curious about another thing, and that was changes in quality of life, as well as the more traditional measures of symptoms of depression and anxiety. And I suppose I'd noticed over the years a number of people who completed my groups and who may not have shown huge decreases in symptoms, but they'd say things to me like, this course changed my life. You know, I've now been able to get back to work. You know, I'm in a new relationship. I've had the confidence to take up new hobbies. I feel so much better. And I wouldn't have done any of this without the group. But the conundrum was that they would often still be scoring quite highly on the standardized measures of depression and anxiety. And I suppose nowadays I'd automatically be thinking more about how to enable people to live their lives as fully as possible, despite perhaps continuing to experience some symptoms. But, you know, 10 or 15 years ago, this was really quite a new concept, and we were still quite focused solely on the idea of symptom reduction as the core thing to be aiming for.
Okay. So tell me more about how you designed this much larger study looking at CBT for depression.
And again, taking this key concept of how much therapy is enough, I designed, first of all, an 8-session CBT group, which covered the basics, behavioural activation, and how to deal with your negative thinking. And then I compared that to offering 12 sessions of CBT, the sort of gold standard one, if you like, which had the basic 8 sessions topped up with 4 sessions on core beliefs or schemas. Now, in addition to that, I also wanted to have a proper active control group as opposed to using a waitlist control or treatment as usual. So I designed a 12-session control group, and it focused on lifestyle management and group support. And each group had 8 participants, and we offered sessions twice weekly in the evenings. And this was to facilitate people who were working or in college. And all 3 groups then had 6 follow-up sessions held at monthly intervals. So the design was a non-randomized clinical effectiveness trial with 3 arms. Service users were evaluated using the SCID, and those with a DSM-4 diagnosis of unipolar mood disorder, along with a score on the Beck Depression Inventory of 14+, were allocated to one of the 3 groups. Exclusion criteria were non-availability to complete all aspects of the trial, history of organic brain damage, psychosis, bipolar disorder, or unresolved substance use disorder. And we did assessments on 3 different occasions. Time 1 was pre-group, time 2 was post-group, and time 3 was post the 6 months follow-up period. The flow of cases through the study is shown on the slide in figure 1. And one of the things that was interesting was the very low dropout rate between time 1 and time 2, only 6.6%. And I was really pleased about that because it indicated to me that the treatments, all 3 treatments, were really acceptable to the service users. From time 1 to time 3, we had a 29% dropout. And some of those were people who had got what they needed, you know, after the main treatment intervention and didn't need to stay on, or felt they didn't need to stay on for the 6 months of follow-up sessions. So we have a slide next, I think, which shows the overall participant details. But the sample was predominantly female and single, and they were aged between 18 and 67 years. And from a wide range of socioeconomic groups, which would really reflect the people who attend our services here. On average, participants had experienced their first episode of depression in their mid-20s. They'd had episodes for over 2 decades, which is a long time, and they scored in the severe depression range on the BDI and the moderate range of anxiety on the Beck Anxiety Inventory. Almost all were taking antidepressant medication. Half had engaged in previous psychological therapy, and about a third had been hospitalised for inpatient treatment of depression. So you can see that from this profile, we can conclude that the participants were predominantly suffering from chronic and severe depression.
So that sounds like an awful lot of work.
Well, it was. I wrote 3 different therapy manuals for the groups so that we could be consistent in the group content and how it was delivered each time we ran a group over the 5-year duration of the project. Now, I have to say, I had a lot of support both from yourself and for a number of assistant psychologists who were working with us at the time. And I'm very grateful to the clinical team and the management committee in Clonwira, and of course to the research departments in both St John of God's and UCD, all who supported me so well. And, you know, in addition, none of this would have happened without the service users who attended the groups and completed all of the questionnaires that I gave them and gave us such useful feedback. In addition, I also carried out a qualitative research in order to try and understand my results better. And that was took a lot of time as well.
So I think people would like to know a lot, I think people know a lot about CBT for depression, but you might tell us a little bit about your control group.
Absolutely, yeah. And I have to say, I really enjoyed running the control groups. And the key thing we had to do was to make sure that the control groups did not include any core aspects of CBT. So much to many of the participants' delight, there was no homework,
no goal setting, no behavioural activation, and no input on how to change your negative thinking. As a long-standing CBT therapist, I have to say that this was a challenge at first, and I had to really monitor what I was saying and doing. So what we did was we simply covered a different lifestyle management topic relevant to depression at each session. For example, one of the key ones was exercise, which of itself has a significant research base in how to reduce depression. We did healthy eating, traditional Chinese medicine, including acupuncture, relationships, the world of work, the coping strategies we use, and so on. We also worked really hard to facilitate group support and group bonding, and I think I probably gave them a little bit of an extra 5 or 10 minutes at the break, at the coffee break, and they used that really, really well.
So this sounds like a course that might benefit a lot of people, and staff included. I'm really curious to hear about your results. What did you find?
Well, to be honest, Jim, the results were not what I had expected. And look, I'm happy to nail my flag to the mast and say I'm a strong believer in the well-documented effectiveness of CBT as a first-line therapy for depression. Therefore, I fully expected that the full 12-session CBT course would offer the best therapy and obtain the best results, but I was wrong. All 3 courses resulted in significant reductions in symptoms of both depression and anxiety, even though we hadn't, emphasized anxiety at all. And along with that, the all-important, to me anyway, improvements in quality of life. So pretty much the same results for all 3 groups.
So what did you make of these results? I mean, I'm wondering if there were any differences in the people who attended the 3 groups, or any other factors that might have kind of influenced or affected this result.
Well, no, Jim, there were no significant differences between the groups on any key demographic measures. All groups had a 2-to-1 ratio of females to males, which is typical of the profile of service users in secondary adult mental health services. The age range in all 3 groups was 18 to 67, average in the mid-30s. A quarter described themselves as unemployed, 2/3 were single, and 85% were on psychiatric medication, predominantly antidepressants. Their BDI scores were in the severe range, and the average duration of their depression was sadly over 20 years. So they had significant and long-standing difficulties with their mood, and this was the same throughout the 3 groups.
So what sense do you make of these results?
Yeah. Well, I think that my results support a growing base of literature which looks at what are called common factors in therapy. And these would include things like the therapeutic relationship, your perception of group support, your confidence in the therapy that's being offered, feeling listened to, experiencing a non-judgmental therapeutic environment, feeling understood and accepted by others, and so on. And, I've been working in psychology for 40 years at this stage, and during that time, I've seen a number of psychological therapies come in and out of fashion. And while CBT might be the best researched therapy for depression, it's by no means the only way to work with depressed patients. And I think the uniting features of all effective therapies, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, ACT, dialectical behavior therapy, schema therapy, they may be all the common factors that I've outlined above, rather than the specific content of the therapy or the specific therapeutic techniques.
That's really, really interesting. I mean, what implications do your findings have for future groups?
Yeah, no, really good question. And after I finished the PhD, I was very curious about what would happen if I combined the best parts of CBT with the most significant parts of the lifestyle management course. So I designed and have evaluated a new group which offers input on behavioral activation and dealing with negative thoughts, the sort of basic features of CBT, and from the 8-session group, which we know works. And I combine that with information and discussion on key lifestyle issues in depression, the ones that the service users indicated were the most helpful to them: exercise, healthy eating, coping skills, mindfulness, relationships, and sleep. And we use these topics as target areas for goal setting, and by thus doing, sort of combine the two approaches. So in addition to that, more recently, I have designed a new CBT group specifically to target sleep. And that's because, as you know, and we've discussed often, there's been a lot of evidence recently to support the idea that if you tackle a patient's insomnia, you also reduce symptoms of depression and anxiety. And sometimes, maybe more in primary care settings than secondary, you can reduce the symptoms of depression and anxiety to a level that they no longer require CBT or a more active therapeutic input for depression. So with regards to the sleep group CBTI, or CBT for insomnia, the NICE guidelines now recommend CBTI as the first line of treatment for insomnia. But as far as I'm aware, we're the only secondary mental health service in Ireland that offers this therapy.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Lucy. I mean, there's a lot done, and it sounds like a lot more to work on. I believe that you also have been working on developing and running a coping with depression group via video conferencing.
Yes, indeed. That's our latest development, and that was really in response to the COVID-19 crisis. We had to push ahead with offering therapy to our service users, and this seemed to be as good a way as any to do it within the confines of what we were able to do at the moment. So we have now run 2 groups via video conferencing, and they're kind of back to the basic 8-session CBT approach. And we've made videos to illustrate some of the points, and we've been using the full range of facilities offered on the Zoom platform, including breakout rooms and all the rest of it. So the feedback has been very good, and we now have an ethics proposal submitted with regards to doing a formal research project on the effectiveness of this approach as well. And indeed, I think there's going to be significant advantages, particularly if COVID takes a greater grip over the next couple of months, in that if people are feeling slightly unwell, we would be telling them, please don't come into Clún Mhuire, but you know what, if you're feeling pretty okay, you can join our therapy group from home via Zoom. So it could be a win-win. Time will tell, and it's interesting times we're living in.
Thank you very much to Niall and Lucy and Jim and all involved in the research programme in Clún Mhuire. And it's great to see the research programme so embedded in the clinical services, and particularly focusing on outcomes that are important to the people that attend our services. Welcome back, everyone, and I'd now like to introduce our live panel. We have Dr. Keith Gaynor, who's a clinical psychologist in St. John of God Hospital, Dr. Muireann McNulty, who's a clinical psychologist in Clún Mhuire, Caroline Dench, who's a behaviour specialist in the Callan Institute, Shane Hill, who's the director of the Mental Health Community Services, Dr. Blenner Hassett, who's Clinical Director of St. John of God Hospital, and Dr. Faye Murphy, who's the Principal Psychologist in the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services. Okay, well, listen, I think we're going to get started. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, for joining us and for bearing with us on the changes to time. So we appreciate that. So our first question is from Lisa McAvoy, and she's a self-advocate from the Liffey services. And her question is, you have watched our video. We want to be involved in research. We have skills and a lot to offer. But why are we the only people who are not paid when we help with research? And this is actually a very topical area. And I'm just wondering, Caroline, would you like to take this question?
Yes, yeah, thanks, Mary. And good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to be here with you today. I know Lisa well, and Lisa, excellent question. And I think we've a couple of things to think about when we answer this. Firstly is there's a lot of research around the value of people with extra support needs being included in research. And many of it actually relates to their feeling of being listened to, of being valued, of actually contributing to something that's much bigger than themselves in relation to improving maybe their peers' lives, thinking with society about how people with additional support needs can really be included. And part of that then is being seen as valuable in the context of being paid. And some of the research models actually don't look at money as the incentive. They actually really begin to think about the added contribution of the person. And I think it's something for researchers and for applications to actually consider in the role of co-design and co-participation, because I think what Lisa's maybe talking about there is the co-design model of research, as opposed to not just being a participant in the research study, but actually a real co-design. And I think that's something, as grant applications are submitted in the area of research, Lisa, that should be considered.
Thanks very much, Caroline. And just maybe to add to that, I suppose as we've seen grant applications evolve over the years, and I know I'm involved in one now with a lot of the other major psychosis researchers across the country, that the PPI involvement is absolutely central, and it's where, in fact, the grant application is starting. And I think we have learned so much from working with PPI participants over the year. And I think maybe sticking with the theme of PPI, Richard, I know the hospital has been involved in a lot of work with PPI involvement. I'm just wondering, can we broaden it a little bit, maybe to discuss how has the PPI involvement actually shaped the services that we deliver?
You can always phone a friend.
Well, I think I'm thinking of some of the projects here at the hospital. For example, RAP has the very much coming out of user involvement and the wish for a recovery-oriented focus. That's one that springs to mind, and I think reflecting some of I'm thinking in terms of psychology here at the hospital. One of the things that we're moving towards is in terms of trying to clearly that the demand for services, the move towards more I think groups and such. They're just a couple of things that strike me.
And I think, Richard, the RAP project, that's a really great example. I suppose that program was funded actually by a grant from the St. John of God Order, and it was conducted as a waitlist trial. And the hospital were very involved in supporting that research project. And when you look at that, I can't remember now exactly how many years ago that was, but I think it's at least maybe 10 or 12. And when you look at the growth then in the recovery services and the RAP interventions, and I know it's not just in the hospital, it's across other services as well. But in fact, there's very little published on evaluating RAP and the effectiveness of RAP. So it's great again to see the hospital and the St. John of God services, being leaders in this area. So, and I know as well, just in terms of advocacy groups and involving, people on management teams, these are all areas I think, for the future. So Shane, I don't know if you'd like to comment, from your position as Director of Community Services, just in terms of that whole area of PPI involvement.
Well, I was thinking how things have changed so much over the last 30 years. I suppose in the 1990s, when we were first introducing family education for people, for parents really, of sufferers with psychosis and particularly schizophrenia, it was one of those programs that was heavily researched because it was one of the first programs nationally to involve the families of service users, but it was delivered by staff. And one of the things that we actually learnt as we delivered that program was that the service users' families had actually a huge role to play in the course of the illness, in actually helping people improve the quality of life. But they had much more knowledge of their individual sufferers' life than we actually had. And one of the things that came out of the research and one of the changes was that we moved away from the program being delivered totally by staff to actually having part of the program delivered by supporters of people who'd actually gone through the mental health system, and it made such a huge difference. So that was a systemic shift, I think, and as far as I know, that still happens today. The other things that actually happened was the what was called the SOURCE program, which was a service user initiative, and it was service user led research. And that was going. We had a few very interested individuals who actually came together under the chairmanship of Kevin Madigan at the time, and actually delivered huge amount of research, funded research, which actually did extremely well. And I suppose all that has led, all that information and the insights that we got from that have actually now led to service user involvement on the management team. So we have service user lead, area lead on the both management teams in Claremore and Lucina. And we have supporters who actually come to the management team once a month to give their perspective on how services are doing and how we should develop in the future. Now, if you look back 30 years ago, that would never have happened. But it's actually learning from dealing more and seeing relatives and supporters as part of the overall package. So yeah, it's big changes, positive changes.
Positive changes. Thanks very much, Shane. And I think that certainly picks up on the theme that we heard today. You know, particularly maybe from Jim and Lucy's presentation about how each piece of research or evaluation then has led on to something new, and then how that has been evaluated and then driven the services and the research forward. So just, Faye, would you like to comment from the child and adolescent services just about involving service users in planning services or getting their feedback, and anything you'd like to mention in that area?
Absolutely, and I'd be echo what Shane said there. Having the service user representatives at the management team meetings really focuses your mind on the heads of discipline and heads of departments' mind on service users' views on our service delivery. But of course, we embed in the psychology department and more broadly in Lucina, we embed acceptability and experience into so many of our groups and our individual treatments. It's almost part of what we do routinely clinically, and although it might not meet the threshold for scientific research, we do seek outcome monitoring on an individual and a group basis, which is the most important thing, the feedback from the children and the families. And each group that's run and each innovation that happens, the subsequent rollout of those groups and innovations is influenced very much by the client and parent and caregiver feedback that we routinely collect. So I think that there's a 360 degree feedback loop there that we want to continue and continue to encourage, because if we're delivering treatments and interventions that we're interested in, but that aren't hitting the spot in terms of what our client group needs, then we're not doing our job properly, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and certainly, even though, as you say, it may not be scientific research, it is though research and evaluation in its own way. And I think often the hardest thing is actually to get that embedded, as a system, as a practice, and then once that's embedded, then further evaluations, can follow.
And in terms of research at the moment, what we're trying to do is for every new intervention, there's a parallel research project that does go to ethics and is publishable. So, for example, we're switching to digitalized assessment batteries, and at the same time, we have a parallel research project that's monitoring effectiveness. And effectiveness is interesting to us, but actually acceptability to the clients, which kind of ties in with what we're talking about here. So that's probably the best way to use our scant research resources, is to try and embed a research project into everything we do, and it becomes part of the culture.
That's part of the culture, yeah. Okay, and Keith, maybe could I ask you, just what would you see now as maybe the challenges for research going forward?
It's a big question there. I think one of the things is that even in my short career, so I started in Clonwira with a lot of these people in 2004. And even in that period of time, I think research has jumped forward in the bars that are set for what is high quality research. And a lot of the things that we were able to do in-house, run a trial, run a group, run a service, and research that, now doesn't have the impact that it used to. And I think one of the key challenges for us is to connect and form networks with other services so that the things that we're doing are multi-site. Because I think if it's solely in-house, then we produce really nice but really small papers. And they don't have the national impact that they could have, and maybe once did 20 years ago. And so I think networking is going to be the big challenge for us. And that has lots of, there's lots of difficulties in networking, getting everyone on the same hymn sheet, getting everyone speaking the same language, everyone having the same goals. But I think that's where research is going to go for us over the next 10 years.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think that it's really important, and to build up those relationships with other researchers, and particularly as well the third level institutions. And maybe turning to something a little bit more topical, which is COVID-19, wherein I know the psychology department have done wonderful work in delivering groups remotely and using that technology. So I'm just wondering, how do you feel COVID will impact on research and service evaluations going forward?
I think in the short term, clinicians have been even more conscious of our obligations to and our commitments to our service users, and so trying to, we're even more pulled towards the clinical service delivery end of things, and research then can become the thing that you just don't get time to do. So that's certainly in the initial period. But as Lucy was mentioning earlier, she's been very quick off the mark in trying to evaluate what the new innovations that we've been clinically putting in place. So hopefully there will be, a catch up. There's an opportunity to do some research, I guess, around the various innovations that we've had to reach to respond to people with COVID. But certainly in the short term, I think it's probably it's harder to even get a headspace to think about research while we're in this transitional period.
Yeah, and as you say, I think it will be really important, particularly the different ways in which we're delivering our services, that we do have some mechanism to evaluate what can we continue on in the post-COVID era, whenever that is, and what is the quality of care that we are delivering remotely. So I think you're right, Myrna. I think these are really important, clinical areas.
Because even the research based around telemedicine was what we have already wasn't done in a time of COVID. It was done in sort of ideal situations where somebody's maybe choosing to do a piece of telemedicine or teletherapy because they have the time and they have the privacy at home. Whereas what we're doing now is really different. It's people sitting on their beds, maybe in their bedroom, because it's the only private space they have, and that's not, you know, that's not similar to the way that original research was conducted.
And I think as well, the mental health, the HSE Mental Health Engagement Office have done some research on the ground, just checking out people who use the services. Well, what actual access to technology do they have, and to the digital devices? And as we know, that's certainly not universal.
Yeah.
So just returning maybe to something that Keith brought up earlier on, and that's the whole theme of collaborating and networking, and maybe that in-reach into the third level institutions. So just wondering, Richard, would you like to comment maybe on the hospital? I know you've had a very successful partnership with the RCSI, particularly in relation to the pharmacy department, and we've seen that really impressive program.
Yes, I think so, and great credit to Dolores and all the team in pharmacy. It is, I think, when we think of research, the hospital these days, the pharmacy department, and of course, psychology and addictions, I think it would be fair to say, are the main areas where research is coming out of. But I think it does show the importance of collaboration, as always, and with any projects, you need someone who is really committed to a particular vision. And I think we had that here in the hospital, and the RCSI were very open to it. So it has been a very important development. And one of the things as in terms of for the pharmacy students coming here, they've had a much richer experience, and there's been evaluations on their understanding of mental health issues, and the way they now feel that they would interact with people has been so much improved. And of course, one of the things is a little aside coming out of that work and reflecting. Another project that Dolores Keating was so much to the fore in promoting here, and has been a major success for the order, the mental health first aid project that Donald Scanlon has been continuing to lead on. But a lot of the pharmacy students went and participated in that, and again found it increased their knowledge of mental health related issues. So I think this is the way that whole project and collaboration has been very useful. Then for staff within the department here, a number of them have gone on to do to undertake additional studies, attain additional qualifications at RCSI. So it seems to have been a particularly successful collaboration. So I think that whole thing of finding, I think that if there's enthusiasm on both sides, on the clinical side and then on the academic side, and working together, it can be particularly good.
Absolutely. In order for any research, I think, to get going and to stay going, you really need that partnership, you know, between the clinical side, you know, and the management team, and then of course the backup from the research department and the academic institutions.
Yes.
So I suppose as well, we've been looking back over 30 years, but one of the things as well that we wanted to look forward, maybe over the next 10 years, and think about, like, where do we need to focus, or what are the areas maybe that we'd like to see researched or evaluated over the next 10 years. So I'm just wondering, from the intellectual disability services, Caroline, would you have any thoughts on that?
Thanks, Mary. I think the intellectual disability services, not dissimilar to the mental health services, are really embracing a supports model of service. And in the context of that, the assisted decision making capacity act is going to be very, very important for us, because what we're thinking about there is not necessarily somebody's capacity in the context of making decisions and consenting, but can we actually capture the narrative and the process of their will and preference in the context of the decision that's actually being put to them as they think about their care and support needs. So I think that is going to be a very exciting area for us to look at. And it's really underpinned by a human rights model, which in the past we wouldn't have considered in the context of much more of a medical model. It would have been a best interests and a duty of care criteria in the context of how we provided care and support. But when we look at it then within a human rights model, we are thinking about will and preference. We're thinking about the person's voice in the decision making. And what's interesting, when we hear about the decision support service there from Dr. Anya Flynn, we're not going to be talking about consent forms anymore. We're really going to be talking about how we capture the process of engagement and the process of decision making. So I think that's going to be a very exciting area for us to look at in the area of disability.
Thanks very much, Caroline, and certainly, yes, that's a very topical area, and one I think that we will see evolve over the next couple of years. And maybe looking then at the child and adolescent services, Faye, would you like to comment on what you feel the focus should be, or over the next decade?
Yeah, I think these aren't necessarily hugely interesting new ideas, but I think we need to look at access. So while we can study very interesting questions in small populations, I think the most important thing for us to be doing is to broaden that out, the whole CAMHS community, access to services. How can we streamline the way we deliver services? How can we ensure that the maximum number of young people who require our services receive them in a timely fashion? I think we need to look at effectiveness. I would like to embed routine outcome monitoring in what we do. At the moment, we capture that on quite an ad hoc basis, so we'd probably get an awful lot of outcome monitoring of our groups, but not as of our cohort as a whole. And that's actually a really difficult thing to put in place. But I'd really like to do that over the next few years, so we can use our scant resources to target the things that we know are effective. And I think that would be really important. In terms of how we do that, we have a lot of very, very clinicians who are in huge demand, and I think that brings us back to the links with the universities that we discussed earlier, because people like Declan Sai, final year students from Trinity, from UCD, from Limerick, we've got really, really, really strong links with those courses, and they have to complete their research and write it up as a paper. So we find that when we're very stressed clinicians, if we have input from the universities in that format, that these things do get finished. So I think a combination of the two things, strengthening the partnerships with the universities, but looking at the bigger questions about how to improve access to CAM services for the maximum number of young people who meet criteria would be interesting. But also, I think the final thing will be to evaluate the COVID innovations. We have 5 years worth of progress in 5 months, I would say. It's been an enormous amount of change. Our heads are spinning, but if we sit back and we look at the advantages of this, the reach of our groups is almost exponential. Whereas we would have had 25 people in the conference room, that can now reach hundreds of people. We can run groups across teams to geographically remote families who maybe don't have the resources to attend the clinic, children who are living in chaotic environments, or who have who are financially or socially deprived. Our access through Zoom, through their phones, through their computers, is to strengthen that and look at what's good in it and hang on to it and evaluate it, I think will be really important. And once this vaccine, we all go back to normal and the vaccine is here, to think about hanging on to the good things that we've learned over the last 5 months.
And it's interesting, Faye, that you say that, because that's certainly been our experience with the family intervention, that we've had families join who mightn't have joined if the group was being run in person. or some people who may, you know, be anxious about attending in person, and they you know, feel more comfortable joining over a video link. And the other bit of feedback is that sometimes the participants say that actually they feel far more comfortable engaging in their home environment. So again, I think these are things that we'll need to capture going forward. And as you say, that this whole area, which is probably under-researched, of this health services research and evaluating access to services. I don't know, where again, would you have anything to add just in terms of evaluating the technology?
I was just going to, just follow up on Faye's point there, just echoing her thought around the partnerships with the universities, and that there's such an opportunity with the clinical psychology counselling and clinical doctoral students where they have a significant piece of research that they're doing, and for us to, you know, really reestablish some research partnerships with the universities around, you know, having some of those projects conducted through at various sites across the service. That would be wonderful, and it would be a way to, you know, to get around some of that problem with we have a lot of research, but sometimes it's with very small numbers. So to get a substantive piece of research done would be fantastic. And we actually had some track record with that. That back in the, you know, in the 2000s, we had a lot of research done in collaboration with UCD psychology department, for example. In terms of the focus of that, I think, you know, for clinicians, certainly we're really interested in psychology. We're interested in trauma as a fundamental organizing concept. You know, really becoming aware of the impact of adverse childhood experiences, not just in the CAM services, but throughout the lifestyle, and going long into adulthood, and starting to design studies that really explore that with the population that we're trying to serve, and looking then at the interventions. And as Kate said, it's partnership. Like if I'm running a particular, say, a schema group in Clonwera, but if I have colleagues who are running similar groups within the HSC in different corners of Ireland, can we pool our data and get some meaningful data on whether this is useful? So I think they're the sort of exciting things that I would hope that we'd be doing in the next 5 years.
Okay. And Shane, you have a great overview, I suppose, of both the child and adult community services. What do you think we should be looking at in the future?
Well, I look at things that have happened in the past and the great strides that we've made, and the research that actually led us to make transformational decisions. And a lot of if I turn that around and look forward, there's a lot of similar themes. St John of God Hospital is probably the best psychiatric hospital in the country, without doubt. But even so, you really wouldn't wish people to be there unless they absolutely had to be. And if people had to be, then that's the reason for it, and it's great. But I still want to look at things that we can do to treat people in the community so they don't become so ill that they end up in hospital. And the things that I think end up with people ending up in hospital really unwell is where they don't get access to things like early intervention. I see the change that early intervention has made to our own services over the years, and the reduction in subsequent bed numbers and people ending up in hospital. And it's been phenomenal. But I think the next stage for us is to actually take that model, early intervention in psychosis, and start looking at the younger cohort, particularly in the child and adolescent service. It would be great to expand early intervention in psychosis to a CAM service. And I think that's one of the things that we really need to be looking at and benefit from in terms of research. I'm also very struck by the difference that St John of God Housing Association made to people who use the Clonmora service, particularly those with enduring mental health difficulties. Having the security of tenure in high quality, low cost housing has been transformational. I remember a lot of those people who were living in bedsits or living with elderly parents years ago and were in and out of hospital as soon as their tenancy was in jeopardy or there was a row at home. And now they have a hugely improved quality of life and security and their own home with a roof over their head. And it means that the amount of self-care that they actually put into keeping their home well, but also looking after themselves mentally and physically. We've never really captured that in research, yet the model is now being replicated around the country. Within our own area, it's being replicated in Newcastle and Elmount services. But I think it's tremendous. It's had a huge impact, but I think it needs to be researched properly. The last thing that I'm going to mention, and there's quite a lot that I could mention, but the last thing that I'm going to mention is I'm still quite struck at some of the older age group that we look after, who perhaps still have enduring physical problems, perhaps prematurely. And we've made a huge effort to actually address the physical health of some of our people living with long-term mental health difficulties. But I think there's still a little bit more we could do if we understood better why people are actually prematurely aging. And I think that would be a huge area of interest. I'll stop there. Thank you, Prof.
Thanks very much, Shane. And I think that whole area, as you say, about the sort of how physical health and mental health are interwoven, and how the great benefits of improving physical health can have on our mental health and vice versa. I think that's another really important area for the future. So I think that we could probably continue this discussion for some time, but I think we have come to the end of the time for the panel discussion, and I'd like to thank all the contributors to today's session, to our panel members for being so flexible with time, and also to the audience for watching. I think everyone will agree that we've had a wonderful 3 days over the last 3 weeks, and it has been absolutely amazing to hear about the amount of research that is being carried on in all the services, and particularly just really important clinical research that is embedded in the services. And it goes without saying, I think, that hours and work of planning have gone in behind the scenes, and it will, as we've discussed in the panel, it will be interesting to see what bits of the technology we take into the future. I would just briefly like to mention that I have been ably assisted today by Peter Gallagher and Anya Kelly, who've been here in Whitaker House with me. So I'm very grateful for all their help, and also to Ian from Combined Media. So I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Ruth Barrington, who is chair of the St. John of God Research Foundation, and she is going to close the conference. And just to say that after Ruth closes the conference, we're hoping then to play the video from the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services, because it's a really great video. So after Ruth closes the conference, maybe if you could stay on and watch that. So thanks again, and I'm going to hand over now to you, Ruth.
Mary, thank you very much indeed, and panelists. It's good afternoon, everybody. It's my very pleasant duty to draw today's proceedings, draw the conference proceedings to a close. It has really been a unique research study day or study conference. It's the first such event to have been held during a pandemic. It's the first to be held without the physical presence of speakers and audience. And of course, it's the first to be held online using the new technology. Hitches and all, it has worked, and it has enabled a large number of people to participate in a splendid conference. So undaunted by the challenge, the organising committee rose to the occasion. And, you know, this was a major challenge. If you think 6 months ago, nobody knew how long this pandemic was going to go. Nobody had heard of Zoom, let alone maybe webinar they had. But anyway, the organising committee rose to the occasion and put together what I believe is an outstanding conference entirely online. And it's just great that over 300 people have participated in some aspect of the 3-day conference. And I know that many more have participated by joining or looking at the recorded. Each day has been recorded and is available on YouTube. So everybody who missed part or any of the day could catch up. And then there was wonderful coverage on RTE's Drive Time of the theme of the second day, which was the impact of the pandemic on the population, on service users, and on staff. So, and I'm also told that the 3 full days will be available on the Research Foundation website. So if you want to go back and savor a talk or catch up on one you missed, it will be there for you to do so. So there were 3 important themes of the conference. The first was human rights and disability. And that, I think, gave us a kind of an international perspective on where the debate on human rights and disability is at the moment, and all, in my view, perfectly compatible with the values of the St. John of God order, which of course are hospitality, compassion, and respect. The second day was, as I mentioned, was the impact of the COVID pandemic on the mental health of the population, service users, and providers. And then today was, if I may say so, I suppose it capped off the other 2 days by focusing very much on the tremendous achievements of the research activity in the St. John of God order over the past 30 years. And clearly from the presentations, we have seen how that research has changed the way in which care is provided, is changing the way in which care is provided as we talk. And it was really quite extensive, the scope of the research, and is also, you can see coming through quite clearly, the service user perspective and a focus on the life course of disability and mental illness rather than episodic care or particular interventions. So a really, I think, the most impressive morning's presentations. We've had excellent speakers, wonderful chairs. The video presentations have been excellent. And we've had great engagement from the panel participants. So all in all, a very special thanks to the organising committee. And I'm going to just name those that have really put their shoulders to the wheel. Dr. Leslie O'Hara, Research Manager, Dr. Anya Kelly, Peter Gallagher, Christina Dodds, Clodagh Nibueloin, Professor Mary Clark, Mary, take a bow, Patrick Quinn, and can I also mention the contribution of Tim Seeger to keeping the technology moving as smoothly as it could be in the circumstances. So thank you to all of you for really organising an excellent conference. My role in all of this is as chair of the Research Foundation of the St. John of God Order. And I believe that research is one of the means by which the services, the St. John of God services, achieve the mission to care for those who are mentally ill, those with an intellectual disability, and those who are mentally infirm with dementia. The Research Foundation supports research that improves the lives of service users and their families, and we've heard some wonderful examples today of that research. And also it nurtures a culture of research and evaluation that encourages everyone to constantly improve the lives of service users and their families. At the opening of the conference, Conor McCarthy, the chief executive, mentioned that 1.5 million euro had been committed to research in the services over the past 15 years, principally in mental health and in intellectual disability. And Anya Kelly added in her presentation today that this funding has levered over 2.7 million funding from external sources. So it really has, the funding that the order has provided has really been important in attracting other funding. And I'm glad to say that over the next 4 years, as Conor said, there just under 500,000, €500,000 will be available to invest in good research projects. How do we support research? We support it by making grants available, and today just happens to be the closing date for the current round of grants, and I'm sure some of you are peppering to get away to put the finishing touches to your application. And the good news is that there will be a minimum of €110,000 to be awarded this year, or at least over the next 12 months. And it's our intention to make the same available next year. So those of you that have some ideas, and we heard about a few ideas there from the panel, perhaps can get your pens out and start thinking of proposals for next year. On the foundation, we're also really pleased that research and evaluation are now part of the corporate strategy of the St. John of God Order. We need, as the strategy points out, we need to know more about the value and efficacy of the services provided, and to involve, and this will involve, as the strategy is rolled out, this will involve an emphasis on the collection of high quality and consistent data on the services provided and the impact they're having on service users. In turn, as well as providing indicators of performance, this data will also provide a rich resource for future research, both within St. John of God services and for comparisons both nationally and internationally. I would like to acknowledge, and they have been mentioned already, but perhaps I would like to acknowledge the contribution of those that have gone before to building the current vibrant research culture in St. John of God services. Brother Lawrence Kearns, Dr. Conal Larkin, the late Professor Eobard O'Callaghan, and Dr. Pat Walsh. And we truly are standing on their shoulders. Can I also take the opportunity to thank my fellow directors on the board of the Research Foundation, Brother Finian Gallagher, Dr. Rory Shelley, Professor John Waddington, whose name has been mentioned in dispatches earlier, Fiona Mulvaney, late of this parish, Professor Patricia Noonan Walsh, and we're ably supported by, of course, Leslie O'Hara, the research manager, and her team, and by Kieran Cuddihy, our secretary. So I would like to just acknowledge the long-term and warm support for research that has been displayed by the Board of Sponsors, the overall body responsible for St. John of God services, and to Brother Donatus Forkin in particular for their continuing support for research. looking forward to the next 30 years, I won't be around for all of it, but I have no doubt that in 30 years' time, when a similar celebration takes place to recount the achievements of research, that they in the services, that it will be as lively and as vibrant as they are today. We've heard about some of the challenges for the future, and the foundation hopefully will play its part in rising to these challenges. We need to see greater inclusion of the voice of service users in research. We clearly need to form wider networks and connect and strengthen our links with third level institutions. There's the challenge of the human rights dimension and listening and building in the voice of the service users in decisions about their lives and their care. There's improving access to services, and a particular challenge for the CAM service. And the importance of housing. So many areas of life, this is absolutely fundamental, and no less for people with enduring mental illness or intellectual disabilities. And then there's the challenge of maintaining the physical health of those with long-term mental illness. And finally, the question of what aspects of this new technology can we build into service provision, and in fact enhance service provision for users and their families by new technology. And even for the organising committee for next year's research day, while I think many of us would love to be back in Stillorgan and enjoying the hospitality of St. John of God and the camaraderie of the participants in the conference room, I've no doubt that we'll build in an element of what we've learned this year to enable a much wider group of people to participate in the research conference and to learn and be stimulated by what has been presented and by the challenges proposed. So thank you all very much. Thank you.